So hello everyone, it's nice to see you here and welcome to Digital Innovation and Startup Summit. I'm Daisy Lee, the Strategy Partnership Manager of Taiwan Startup Terrace. This year, we are really happy to collaborate with Digital Food Foundation in this year. In today's section, I would like to invite all of you to meet the outstanding startups from Taiwan Startup Terrace. Today, we are really happy to have 10 amazing startups from Taiwan Startup Terrace Pavilion in European Digital Week 2021. And the pitching session aims to give you a little taste of the innovative project and solutions that our teams offer. And before we proceed to pitch session, I would like to talk a little bit about Taiwan Startup Terrace Lending Project. So Taiwan Startup Terrace, the future city concept, future start from Startup Terrace. This is our vision that we hope to build an international startup cluster and also help to startups to drive and also spark their creativity with us. In Startup Terrace, we provide innovation-friendly spaces for startups. For example, we provide office area, public area, professional area, and exhibition area. And of course, we provide dormitory, so it's easy to help international startups to lend in here. And also, we pour into the national level resources for our startups to help them to establish their business model and also approach to international markets. For example, we provide consulting and services, and also you can test your solution here, and we do a lot of ecosystem networking. So for example, we do provide some various experts and also some mentoring. And this expert will help you to dig out the market and industry trend analysis. And also we provide various training courses. And if you are using AWS and Microsoft Azure and this place, we will help you to do the consulting. And also we will provide the legal and accounting consulting by weekly basis. For the international startup, we will help you to deal with the business registration and entrepreneur visa application. And also, you can text your solution in Startup Terrace. We will open our office area, public area, and also our exhibition area for you to test your solution here. But not only for our campus, but also we connect to our surrounding area, for example, hospital, school, library, etc. So you can test your solution in here and to testify your solution. And we do a lot of ecosystem networking. For example, you can reach out our international accelerator, and we will arrange various matchmaking events. And also, we are eager to link globally, so we will attend international export, pitch, competition, and programs. And of course, you can access our community. So talking about our accelerator, actually Taiwan Startup Terrace, we are a top accelerator hub in Taiwan. We have one joint innovation center, which is AWS, and we have 21 international accelerators. And each accelerator lab will help our startups in different aspects. For example, 2 of our startups are hardware partners, so they will help our startup to do the prototyping. And also we have some organization will help you to develop development entrepreneurship. And also we have professional service-oriented accelerators. So each accelerator will help our startup, and we can link with them to the right person. And also in Startup Terrace, we will arrange various customized cross-border matchmaking and forum, and will help you to find your potential partners. So for example, we will link with some like talents, or some like global buyer, or some government institution. And also, we do know the fundraising is pretty crucial part for startups, so we will help you to arrange customized matchmaking with some investor. And of course, we will have some fundraising forum, so we will just have some speakers to share their fundraising skills. And in Startup Terrace, we will annually hold a demo day, and you got this opportunity to stand in front of the stage to pitch to global investor and also international accelerator and all the ecosystem stakeholders. And in this year, we are really eager to go global, so we take our startup to attend 2021 Select USA Tech Program, and we will provide subsidy, consulting, mentoring, and training. And for this exhibition, we got a really great result. So one of our startup called Cybavo won the first place in cybersecurity pitching session, and Frontier got the third place in e-commerce pitch session. And Meetfly has in the finalist in the software section. Also, I would like to let you know our community. So right now has over 200 companies resident in Taiwan Startup Terrace. We have some like startups, accelerator, and digital transformation enterprises. But not only for our community, but we also connect to global. So we have over 30 global partners, such as Go Smart Global Organization of Smart City, or some Hello Tomorrow Asia Pacific, or Ministry of Awesome from New Zealand. So if you are eager to expand your business to Taiwan, and also we can help you to connect globally. So let's talk about how to join Startup Terrace. So I would like to invite all of you to use our soft landing program. And this program will provide you up to 1 month free accommodation and free hot desk. And of course, you can access to our facility and also our community. We can help you to do the consulting, mentoring, and link with to various potential partners. But I know it's really hard to expand your business in this COVID-19 situation. So we launched a virtual lending program. And this program is lent to 1 month. And this is a serious online program, so you can get to know deeply in Startup ecosystem overview, and also we will help you to know about entrepreneur visa and also our legal accounting. And of course, we will arrange some mentoring, and also we will help you to find your potential partner by customized matchmaking. So now I would like to invite all of you to join our ecosystem and make a difference. Taiwan Startup Terrace, your first supporter in Taiwan. Thank you. And so without further ado, let's kick off the pitching session. Let's welcome Dr. Ru Ying Zhang, the CEO of AI Clerk International. She's going to share their intelligent medical record analysis with us. Let's give the floor to Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, please.
Hi, we are AI Clerk. Do you know that is normally more than 10 analyses? Discharge summary is one kind of media record, and usually more than 5 pages. There are over 20 types of media record, and the content of the media record is largest and specialized. And it also includes Chinese and English mix, and type condition, and so on. The medical record is an important and basic reference for insurance underwriting and claim, and thus it's difficult to reading for state of insurance underwriting and claim. They must memory retrieve and recognize key phrases and classify medical record from over 10,000 categories. Therefore, traditional insurance underwrite and claim process is time-consuming and labor-intensive. There are over 300 states for insurance claim in cash life insurance. This is only for insurance claims. According to government statistics, implement demand of insurance industry is ranking in number 1. The demand is large and growing, but the turnover rate is high. The global natural language process market size is forecast to $26 billion by 2024. The insurance industry holds a large market size. They want to introduce natural language process to improve operational efficiency and reduce cost. Natural language process can assist insurance underwrite and claim process to save time, labor, and money. Therefore, we propose a total solution, AI insurance underwriting and claim, to digitalize, automatically retrieve and recognize key phrases and classify medical record. We can support various medical record, Chinese and English mix, and customize semantic category capture and recognition. We also can support classify into new version category from all version categories. The core technology are further integrated into our platform, AI Clerk platform. He can reduce about 18% labor cost to speed RT process and no learn to program. The AI Clerk platform keep all the advantage of competitor, and he further provides friendly interface to view static information of medical record. It is also suitable for non-information users. He can help insurance industry to category insurance cost and reduce labor cost. He also can help doctor to generate more research results, and he also can assist hospital to deliver more smart hospital service to reduce misdiagnosis. We are AI Clerk. Most of our team members come from Yuqing and has more than 20 years experience in natural language process. Our technology achievement also recognized in many domestic and international competitors and governments, and trigger over 100 of media report in many countries. To be a representative AI technology provider of health care ecosystem is our goal. We are looking for more customers, channel partners, and business partners. We are AI Clerk with over 20 years in experience in natural language. Let's mine and earn from the medical data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Then let's welcome Chris Shum, the co-founder and CFO of AsiaBot Limited. Chris is going to introduce their AI agent to us. Let's welcome Chris.
Hello, I'm Chris from AsiaBot. We are a team from Hong Kong. We are an artificial intelligence company focusing on conversational AI. Today I'll introduce our product to you and hope you like it. What we're doing is we call it omni-channels AI agents. We are a company formed in 2017, already about 4 years. We're focusing on the languages mainly from Hong Kong, and later we'll expand to more languages. And for example, when we go to Taiwan, we also have new languages like Chinese in Taiwanese style that we are going to develop in the coming months. And we are an AI technology companies, and the services or product that we are providing is called omni-channels conversational AI. We cover mobile, we cover second is voice, and also we have a new invention called AI Ambassador. And let me introduce you one by one. The first one is AI Voice Bot. AI Voice Bot is just very simply speaking that is an AI talk to you, able to talk to you on phone. We can make outbound call and inbound call, and everything's automated. The AI can answer all the questions and even can make a call to you to notify you and to answer any questions that you're asking, and to give you feedback and provide you services. This is VoiceBot. And now the VoiceBot we can serve is as we start from Hong Kong. So mainly we are doing 3 languages like Cantonese, Chinese, and English. And we are going to expand to more. Now we have also Japanese, and coming we have Taiwanese Chinese. And the VoiceBot now we are working with, or the company now we are using in Hong Kong, mainly is from banking and insurance company, and also commercial areas and retails. They're also looking for VoiceBot like this. And other than that, actually we have VoiceBot in properties, in governments, and other kind of services like hotel and also hospital. And other than that, second things is I would like to introduce to you is AI Ambassador. Yes, AI Ambassador is something that we created that is to create, to symbolize that human and computer interactions. So we create Ambassador is that is combining and virtual avatar that is a subject that you can talk to, you can engage. And with that, the AI can answer you all kind of questions and provide you the services that you need. And Ambassador, I will show you more demonstration after that. And more than that, it is we have the third one is mobile services. Mainly, it is kind of like a chatbot that I think most people know what's it right now. But our chatbot is a little bit different from others. That is, we can still also do it in omnichannels, but we have our new interfaces. We combine that with virtual avatar, so people can talk to avatar even on their mobile environment. So you have a more personal experience with that. So the technologies we are mainly focusing on conversational AI. So we have our NLP engines, the natural language processing engines. We have our TTS engines, text-to-speech engine. We can create very human-like voice with that. And also we have our STT. Some people call it ASR. That is to understand, to hear, make the AI understand and hear what people are talking about. And with AI Ambassador, we also have a very smooth and speedy animation engine to create a very human-like interactions. So what the benefits we are bringing to the industry, that is first, I think most technology will bring that is to save costs and also increase the effectiveness and also efficiency. And with technology and AI just like that also can bring stability and to provide services with a certain to fit to the demand of the market, to provide 24-hour services like that. And it's easy to deploy, so we provide flexibility, and to use our technology and service is very quick. You can get it, you can just with few clicks, then you can have your services. Of course, everything is digitalized, and the data collected, because data is gold right now, so the data collected is very reliable. Everything is locked down, collected, and we provide an omnichannel service to serve all-round service to provide to your clients. So based on that, because all technologies and the backbones are done by us, the main competitive advantage of us is mainly is we can make sure that we can do it on premises. So make sure everything is on privacy, and make sure that the engines fit for the requirement to provide the back services and to provide the highest accuracy. And of course, the experience we have, because we have a very broad spectrum of clients. So we have medical, properties, insurance, banking, etc. A very wide spectrum that make us can make a very good and chatbot and conversational service that fit for most industry. So that is a brief introduction of AsiaBox. So we are glad to know you, and if you are interested to contact us, please feel free to visit our website. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Then let's welcome Hank Zhang, the marketing manager of BXB Electronic, to let us know how to use technology to break the boundary of communication. Let's welcome Hank.
Hello, staff, friends from worldwide. I'm Hank Zhang from BXB Electronics. So what BXB do? Well, we would like to use technology to make communication better and easier. We do 100% B2B business. So we'd like to help our customers help their business successful. And what do? Provide our product, our service, our solution to the market. So you can see BXB providers tabletop microphones, conference systems, and a lot of signal processors, machine equipment and the solutions to the market. We focus on professional audio and visual markets by providing audio and visual equipment and a solution. And we target at government, education, and corporate applications. Okay. In order to let you know more about BXP, I would like to give you 3 figures. One is BXP established in 1991. This year, we celebrate our 30 years anniversary. Well, as you can see, we are not a startup company. We have almost 30 years experience. We accumulate know-how, technology, and product solutions to help government, corporate, and education. In Taiwan, our mother market, we have more than 60% market share. So, except Taiwan, in the international, we have more than 50 countries. We have distributors. We export to 50 countries. Except that, we have over 100% successful case projects in worldwide. You may be curious, wow, BXP, you are not a startup, you are a 30 years company. Why are you here? This is the startup platform. Well, I would like to share with you the startup and the innovations are always in our spirit. Now, we are doing every IoT solutions. Audio is our fundamental products and solutions. 10 years ago, we developed visual solutions. You may use video conference frequency right now during the COVID-19. In a video conference, you will use a microphone and video as well. So it's one of our solutions. And we integrate IoT. So we provide every IoT solutions as smart meeting room solutions for our customers. Here, as you can see, we have a successful case in Startup Terrence. I would like to thank you, Linko Startup Terrence, by providing a very good space for us. In this case, we integrate another 3 startup companies to build these successful cases. Also, we have very successful cases in corporate. No matter their customers online or on-site, their customer walk into this meeting room, they will say, wow, what a wonderful meeting room here. See, as long as your customers see the capability of your digital capability, your customer will trust you. Once your customer trusts you, the deal is just around the corner. Also, this case is in a university in South Taiwan. We provide a future classroom solutions for them based on every IoT solution. In this case, especially during the pandemic, this university keep activities with international partners. They cooperate with them without any interrupts because they use every IoT solution. Finally, I would like to invite all startup friends. If your solution, your product, your technology, you are focused on government education, and corporate. Your solution would like to make communication better and easier. Welcome Context BXP Electronics. I'm Hank Zhang. Thank you.
Thanks, Hank. Then let's welcome Alex Cole, the founder of Duga. Alex is going to introduce their next-gen product traceability for manufacturers. Let's welcome Alex.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Cole, the founder of Duga. And this presentation is about next generation of product traceability for manufacturers. Over the years, we asked a simple question from different manufacturers. And the question was, can you pick up any product and know all the information about it? The answer may surprise you. The answer was, it will take a few days. We have to contact different departments. Data is scattered across multiple systems. And most important, some data can never be found. The next question is, can you repeat the same process 100 times a day or even 1,000 times a day? The answer is impossible. So what we do, we bring product data to life. As I explained, data is scattered across multiple systems, MRP, ERP, and even Excel or legacy systems. Some data are also duplicated, and there is a great inconsistency between product data. So what we do is manufacturers can bring their product data into Duga solutions. And here we can check the data quality. It's the next level of data quality because we check every row, every field, and verify the quality, the business logics, and also check the relations of every field with the entire supply chain. After this, we'll use distributed systems to distribute this data to hundreds of admin users and even thousands of clients around the world. Using, based on their access level, they can access the product information. These are our product lines. RMA1 is for return material authorization. And with RMA1, manufacturers can do their entire repair process in one system. Their global operations can all be done in one system. And also we can check complex warranty information. For example, multi-tier warranty or subcomponent warranty. Everything can be done in milliseconds. And they can have real-time analytics. XMRP is after-sales material planning for worldwide repair sites. And we use machine learning to predict the stock level and stock quantities in every site for every single component worldwide. And also we have a very accurate lifespan analysis in the system. But today's presentation is about Duga Tracer. Real-time traceability of the entire product life cycle with one click. And we have two-way traceability for every product component and subcomponent, which I'll explain in the next slide. We have three levels of traceability. Level 1 is simple, the complexity is low. It's a product level traceability. Level 2 is product and component traceability. What we do at Duga, it's product, component, and subcomponent traceability. The complexity is very high, and especially it's two-way, which means you can scan a subcomponent and get all the information from the parent device. The data size is also huge, and the components are dynamic, which means during the repair, one component will get out of the device and they get repaired and refurbished. So anytime these things happen, we have to update all the warranty, stock level, and machine learning in the entire system needs to get updated. And finally, we help manufacturers to know the past, present, and future of every product, every component, subcomponent, and beyond. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Then let's welcome Gloria Zhang, the CEO of eCorporate Solution. Gloria is going to introduce their EcoN Lightweight ENS. Let's welcome Gloria.
Hello everyone, we're honored to participate in today's forum and special thanks to the host, Startup Terrence, and each one of you for making this happen. We are eCorporate Solutions. and we present to you the EcoN Lightweight Energy Management System. EcoN is an energy and environmental monitoring ecosystem constituted of IoT technology, professional knowledge, big data, cloud computing, open data, and artificial intelligence. EcoN is compatible with various hardware and software systems in virtue of Open API and Modbus protocol. We offer modular solutions to seamlessly fit in different contexts from personal to commercial use. Energy consumption has long been a global concern. Companies, despite of size, are pouring efforts into energy management as it accounts for a major portion of their operational costs. However, smaller firms are at a greater disadvantage since most of the solutions in the current market require high deployment and maintenance cost. Moreover, most energy management systems fail to provide further suggestions or analytics which are highly valued by firms, especially those that lack access to energy management resources. On the other hand, they are far from cost-effective when it comes to merging the energy management system with building automation system for large-scale corporations. Our EcoN Lightweight Energy Management System is designed to overcome the current limitations in order to better accommodate to market needs. Its services include a custom-designed power, air quality, and water quality monitoring system with remote control. In correspondence, we've developed an app and webpage that reinforce data visualization for automatic calculation of energy consumption and device condition. The system can also be integrated with other software and hardware through Open API and Modbus protocol for a more holistic and flexible solution. Our energy management system is defined by the following functions: reduces electricity use and cost by power consumption analysis, minimizes unplanned failures of equipment by predictive maintenance, enhances system integration efficiency and power use security, and realizes environmental, social, and governance goal in energy-saving dimension economically. The hardware of EcoN Energy Management System includes a miniature power sensor, power data module, Wi-Fi relay, environmental sensor, and EK Hub. It is designed in a portable size that allows for an easy and non-invasive installation. EK Hub is the central controller of the whole system that oversees all EK devices in the system and transits data to the cloud via Wi-Fi. EK Mini Power Sensor is EcoN's most valuable development. It is capable of measuring power factor and cable temperature with an accuracy rate of approximately 93 to 95%. In addition, it supports Modbus remote terminal unit communication, suitable for the places requiring anti-wireless and anti-harmonic interference such as hospitals and industrial plants. Furthermore, it has a comparative advantage of an 85% less installation time than other power meters and a significantly lower price since it is easily installed in a power switchboard without mounting another new switchboard. EcoN software is the core of the system, ensuring fluid transition of interfaces on digital devices like laptops, tablets, and smartphones. Apart from real-time and historical power data collection, it is also equipped with abnormality alert and automatic management of energy usage and equipment functionality. Another noteworthy feature is its support of multiple access rights that enables accurate job differentiation. Finally, it carries out predictive maintenance and generates suggestions for an effective energy distribution. The software stores various forms of power consumption data as shown here. Promising results can be seen from actual application of the EcoN software at the Global Town Business Center, a building complex that houses a mall, meeting room, kitchen, wine cellar, movie theater, and serviced apartments. We set up an energy saving plan in the serviced apartments through tracking and analyzing the hourly power consumption, especially on the most power consuming electric unit. the air conditioning system. This not only provides an insight into tenants' power usage, but also when a device needs immediate repair or remodeling. Carbon dioxide, temperature, and humidity are monitored and maintained at an ideal level in a movie theater for a pleasing experience. Temperature and humidity in the wine cellar are also controlled to a specific range to optimize wine quality. Last but not least, sensors in the cooking area keep track of PM 2.5 level, temperature, and humidity. Thank you for listening and feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions.
Thanks, Gloria. Then let's welcome Sunny Chen, the product manager of Funtech Software. She's going to share about one-click chat builder that makes connection easy. Let's welcome Sunny.
Hello everyone, I'm Sunny, product manager of Funtech. As a customer, do you find it tiring to sign up or add friends before starting a chat with businesses? Or do you have to log in when you just need to ask one quick question? As an employee, are you using personal messengers to chat with customers, or do you have too many customer interaction channels to handle? As a company, do you find it difficult to supervise conversations between employees and customers, or keep record of all your chat logs? You may wonder, is there a chat solution that ticks all the boxes? Here you are, a no-code chat SaaS platform, PingChat. PingChat is a one-click chat builder that makes connections easy. You only need 3 steps to start: create, edit, and share. With the PingChat link you just created, customers can connect with you instantly by clicking on the link or scanning the QR code. With PingChat, your customers no longer need to add friends or sign up before chatting with you. Conversations between you and your customers will no longer have to be scattered in different messaging apps such as Line and Messenger. Keep all your chat data and clients in your app or in your service. Customers can reach you from different channels by clicking on the link or scan the QR code. Put PingChat in SMS or on flyer, or even put PingChat link in your Instagram bio link. Our dashboard is easy to use. Track your chat link performance in data analysis and edit your chat link. In the chat room list, use folder and tags to organize this chat or even switch between agents and chatbots in one click. We also provide SDK. Our chat SDK includes preview UI kits for apps and websites, and private deployment is also available for better integration with your service. Here's some of our clients. Event organizer, Meet Taipei is able to provide more than 400 exhibitors a chat solution with PingChat. Visitors online can use the chat button in the app to chat with the exhibitor, and visitors offline can scan the QR code on exhibitor's booth to continue the chat even after the event. In the chat, real-time translation helps eliminate any miscommunications with foreign visitors. KakaoBank integrates our chat SDK to their app to let their users enjoy online banking and networking in the same time. Customers can add friends in the app and interact with each other by sending stickers and transferring money in the chat room. IQPass built its networking feature with our chat SDK and let their members match with one another, and once they pair up, they can chat privately in the chat room. Our registered user and PingChat link created have continued to increase since 2020. To date, apps using our chat SDK is approximately 1.2 million downloads in total. This year, our revenue is expected to double to about 10 million NT dollars. We have a tiered subscription plan for companies of different sizes depending on the monthly active users and features. We're Frontech, a chat solution provider. If you want to add chat to your service, scan and chat with us.
Thank you, Sunny. Let's welcome Cindy Huang, the project manager of Ginger Biotech. She's going to introduce their Aeon AI Ovulation Navigator. Let's welcome Cindy.
Hi, we're Ginjet. We provide total solution to maternal fetal care. Do you know that infertility is a worldwide issue? According to WHO's data, there are currently 15% of global prevalency, which equals to 48 million couples and 186 million individuals suffering from it. Thus, in vitro fertilization was invented, and the first IVF baby was born in 1978. Since then, there has been over 8 million babies born from it. Let's take a look at the US data. In 2007, there are 15,000 cycles being performed. In 2018, it has doubled. Nevertheless, the current unmet need of IVF is that it's often costly, low success rate, and time wasting. The average cycle of IVF can range from 10K to 30K US dollar. And because of low success rate, 30% to 50%, we often have to multiply it at least 3 to 6 cycles. Moreover, it requires image support, so it's very time consuming. Thus, this is our solution, ION, AI Ovulation Navigator. Because it's an AI support decision-making system, it has 3 key features. First, it's cost-effective. Second, it's precise. And third, it is fast. How to use it? Simply by inputting patient information and the blood test result. And through our AI Ovulation Navigator system, the drug dosage suggestion and ovulation prediction will automatically produce. And thus, the doctors can carry the best treatment plan for the patient within seconds. And our current model performance was excellent. The sensitivity is as high as 91%, and the AUC is up to 95%. And in this chart, you can see that our product can save more time and has higher cost effectiveness. To look at the broader scale, this is the general course of IVF. So as you can see, our product focuses on the early stage. And so in this specific area, we actually have the first mover advantage. So actually, rather than seeing other AI solution companies as our competitors, we can actually see them as our future cooperators. And the global IVF market is 30 billion US dollar. And as for our target market, Taiwan is 1 billion, US 5, and China 9. And because we free of hardware and vaginal ultrasound cost, moreover, we increase success rate, lower it to 1 to 2 cycles. So actually, we set our price at 3,000 US dollar per cycle. Is very cost effective. As for our business model, we can either technology transfer to big pharma such as Merck, or direct sell to famous hospital to increase our revenue and share. And in the early term, we would like to increase our publicity and credibility by publishing paper and hold conference with well-known societies. In middle term, we would like to use our Taiwan Maternal Fetal Medicine Society social media to promote our product. In long term, we would like to continuously promote through our parent company's channel. As for our product timeline, we're currently applying for Taiwan, US, China patents. And in Q4, we will apply for TFDA. And next year, we will apply for FDA. In 2023, we will raise $3 million in A round to support our future distribution and expansion. And in our financial forecast, you can see that we focus mostly on personnel and R&D, and we expect to break even in 2023. In our partnership, there are leading corps in maternal fetal health. As for our founder, he's the chairman of Marybank, with registered capital over 600 million TWD. As for our CEO, he has more than 7 years of AI experience development. And our CMO, he's the director of TMFMS, so we actually have abundant resources. And this is our consulting group. This is the industry corporation. This is our company's total solution from before pregnancy to after pregnancy. And I'm Cindy, the project manager of GeneJet. Please feel free to contact us if you're interested in us. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Then let's welcome SK Jin, the CEO of iMobile Mind. Mr. Jin is going to let us know how mobilize your enterprises, more security and easy to use. Let's welcome Mr. Jin.
Hi, I'm CEO of iMobile Mind. Let me introduce ISAI, Mobile Your Enterprise, faster, easier, and safer. iMobile Mind already built about 10 years. We focus about B2B mobile sales software platforms. We already have a few countries, and we have so many references on the global. And we get so many global awards from 2019 until now. And this year, we get an important global award about the Security Magazine, USA. And we get a global top 10 mobile enterprise security solutions. Market opportunity is big about mobile. 65% about IT decision makers are interested about implement mobile security. And expect about 2027 is 115 billion about globals. Right now, it's painful for the enterprise is to migrate original enterprise system to be the mobility. First, it's very difficult to developing and updating on iOS and Android. And furthermore, they are worried about leak enterprise information to the other persons. Our solution, ISI, they will use one app to realize about digital workforce. We get so many core technology. One, this is all-in-one portal for all users. Includes all message, photo, PDF file, VDF, and the RW web system, and the native app. All the system can be single sign-on to the backend system. And they have the application operation to all applications. And we use the API to rapid integration the backend system like ERP, BPN, EIP system. And all the system can be sent the XML file to the middleware. And we have the framework on the iOS and Android. And we provide XML push gateway, so enterprise system and they can use the XML document format, use our API to send the information to the ISI app, and then they can get the result to the backend system. This is our powerful solution for the security and the protection. All the information can be used to protect on the ISI app viewer. First, we have the multiple factor authentication to verify device ID. Second, they have the customer watermark. And also, we provide copying prohibited, and also about remote wipe-up. ISI is combined three different products into one. So they can use one platform to replace, to buy three different kinds of security products like Okata, Mobile Iron, and Scarak. This is our demo. Just like it is ISI app portal, they can design by themselves about the banner, logo, each icon, each system. And we provide push XML file. All the system can be native app to use and to approve it, like the BPN system. And we provide this powerful function. We have our browser viewer, PDF reader into one. So they all customer watermark and the copying prohibited function in ISI app viewer. And also we provide a remote WhatsApp data like the MDN. When users lost their smartphone, they can WhatsApp all the data. User side, they can save 70% time and cost. No coding iOS and Android anymore. Our strategy is we did a global about marketing and sales. And we will build our global reseller network, including different countries. And each country we build a whole team about operation, marketing, and the sale and the pre-sale. We already have our branch in Japan, USA, China, Shanghai, and Malaysia. And our whole head office is in Taiwan and cooperate with all the global teams. Our business model, we will grow about sales revenues. We charge by each app users and the annual fees. And we plan to funding about $3 million US dollars. And this is all the US magazine. They say we are the new age of the digital works for the next futures. And thank you for everyone. If you are interested, please contact with me anytime. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ching. Then let's welcome Josh Gould, the CEO of My and Idea Fly. He is going to share their AR VR builder, no cloud platform for educator. Let's welcome Josh.
Hi, my name is Josh Gould, co-founder of Meka, an AR VR builder for corporate education staff to build AR VR training materials with no need for coding. Content creators face many issues, including the need for experienced engineers, which results in high costs and long solution delivery times. Introducing Meka, the first AR VR open platform in Taiwan. Easy to use. Through image drag and drop, content expert can create AR VR mobile application project in just 90 minutes without any coding. And it's cost effective, only 1,000 per license for 1 year. Meka is no-code platform as a service, and we provide embedded SDK solutions. Meka allows educators to directly upload 2D materials, 3D models, video, voice, and panoramic materials to the cloud, edit on the cloud, and download to the destination devices on demand. Usages are AR VR education, advertising campaign, and industry applications. Moreover, Meka can be accessed through many mainstream AR, VR, MR goggles. Meka had sold to over 200 businesses, and our revenue is growing 100% year over year. Partners include Epson in Taiwan, HTC, XR Space, Zhonghua Telecom, ATPG, 5G T-Star, and we plan to work with many more. We have 8 patents for granted to protect our platform solution. And we developed lots of innovative AR/VR application modules and positioned in the full-featured platform, all focused on allowing educators to create and edit content directly. Sales are mostly to government groups, including schools and universities. But we are seeing much more interest from business-to-business corporations. Go-to-market by corporate business-to-business expansion give us big growth and increasing margins. We are seeking $2 million US to help speed up our growth, and we intend to use the money to platform scale up, including sales and marketing team build. Roger, Lina, and I are experts in running an AR/VR educator business. Bo Yang and Xiang Ting are R&D experts in AR/VR platform developing. This is drone demonstrations using Sling AR for business service. Through Mecha platform, dynamically demonstrate in an intuitive way for product features, operating method, dimensions, and the training or education. Now I demonstrate another industrial applications, traffic signal controller. Once you open the project, you can start to apply it to the space. Then you can see you can dynamically demonstrate the product features, operating method, as well as the training purpose for you. This is the GPS AR tourism demonstration, designed by Mecha. You can see it's a web AR solutions, and you can through the website to enable the GPS AR in the locations to demonstrate the features. This is web VR tourism demonstrations. It connects to the website of Starbucks tenants. Through Mecha platform, you can easily to create the VR environment introductions very easily, and it just drag and drop to create the demonstrations of the space. Mecha has awarded Computex Design and Innovation Award in 2019 and the Asia Smart App Award in 2020. Moreover, we have attended many important accelerators, including the Plug and Play from Silicon Valley. Thank you for listening. I'm Josh, CEO of Mecha.
Thanks, Josh. Then let's welcome Jessica Chen, the marketing manager of TG3D Studio. She's going to let us know how to simplify your 3D fashion revolution. Let's welcome Jessica.
Hello, my name is Jessica Chen. I'm the marketing manager of TG3D Studio. We are the one-stop shop for fashion industry's all 3D needs, and today I'm going to introduce why, how, and what we can offer to the industry. Generally speaking, TG3D Studio is the fashion technology provider that aims to help the fashion industry to transform into a more sustainable and efficient operations with easy-to-use 3D and cloud computing technology. So what's happening in the industry that leads to the need of digital transformations? Over the past decades, where digital transformation is blooming in other industries, fashion industry is actually operating in a rather traditional process. The design and sourcing communication depends highly on physical samples, so it usually needs to spend 3 to 6 months just in the product development phase. Inventory and design forecast depends on experience, which basically is guessing. So the inventory distortions is also causing serious cost and waste problems. Even after the clothes are launched in the market, 30% of the clothes are not sold, which landed in the landfill, and $40 billion is spent due to the customers exchanging and returning the clothing. Thankfully, what we're developing in TG3D Studio can be the solutions. We take pride in the full suite of our solutions to help the fashion industry revamp their workflow with data-driven strategies and allowing them to design and review product development process in 3D. Not only will you be able to shorten product developments into matters of just few weeks, you can also have the agility to react quickly and launch the correct product to respond to any market change. It is also possible that you don't need to make a whole inventory upfront, With the virtual assets, you will be able to sell the product first before it is even produced. In the end, you will be able to help your customers to buy better, wear longer. In order to achieve what we talked about in the previous slides, we offer digitizations and design tools to turn the physical assets into their digital twins, such as the 360 body scanner and body service that can turn your fitting models into a virtual avatar to be used in a 3D fashion design software. And our body service will instantly measure up to 250 measurements specifically for the pattern making. Our fabric scanner can then turn your physical fabrics into a 3D versions. Our software can now generate 6 types of maps in PNG format for easy integration into other software. The 3D design software DC Suite will let you draft and adjust the patterns and preview the garments in 3D. It also allows you to review the fit with functions such as tension map and see-through views. We also provide cloud-based software that extracts the data from the digitized assets. Also, we provide the management platform. Our Schematic for Fashion portal and the Stable service will allow you to manage all your 3D assets and create infinity combinations of styles, fabrics, trims without going back and forth in a 3D fashion design software. If you have your phones with you right now, you can try to scan that QR code on the right to experience these piece 3D garments generated by the Stable service. Once the 3D items are created, you can further send it into a render start service for photorealistic product images in all angles or generate a self-turning 360 videos. These can be your assets for e-commerce or marketing, and you don't need to wait for the physical samples to be made. At the retail part, our 3D retail solutions will allow you to bring the 3D visualizations to your e-commerce website or simply showcase your designs on an interactive digital lookbook. Our virtual try-on experience will bring the digital avatar, clothes, and materials all together. It will allow your customers to configure their desired customizations look, recommend the perfect styles for them, and the size for them, and then it can dress the clothes automatically onto their avatars to give the preview on the fit, as if they're trying on the clothing physically in the store. So after my introduction of our solutions, you must be curious about who are actually using our technologies. Weekday under the HMN Group and STEM from Tokyo are both our on-demand business clients. They have both launched the on-demand jeans service, taking advantage of the 3D body scanner as well as the 3D configurators. We have ready-to-wear clients that we help facilitate their design process with 3D prototyping and a 3D configurator used in the retail part. We also helped manufacturers to build their master designs so they can always submit a proposal with realistic 3D visualizations for the end product. They also use this as a tool in the design reviews before they are sent to the external parties for printing. Figure 3D Studio is a team with experience ranging from garment, technology, designs, and other diversified fields. We now have partners and office all around the world that includes various countries in Europe. If you are interested to explain any of our products or would like to partner up with us, please feel free to contact us at solutions@tg3ds.com. Or please follow us on our social media platform to receive the latest updates of TG3D Studios. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. And those are 10 things from Taiwan Star Terrace Pavilion in European Digital Week 2021. A million thanks to all of you to join us today. We hope today's pitch session will bring some inspiration like how it did with us. Don't forget to visit our virtual booth to see the innovation products and solutions. And you are also more than welcome to set up a B2B meeting with them as well. We hope to see you soon in our virtual booth. In the meantime, take care and bye-bye.
know that 70% to 80% of startups fail within the first 5 years? Do you know that one major reason is lack of marketing, effective marketing strategies? So what's the fuss about marketing, and why is it so important that it can help scale up a business or bring down a business? Well, if you're watching me now, then you're in the right place, because in this session I'm going to take us through the digital marketing strategy, why marketing is important, the move from digital marketing, from normal marketing to digital marketing, and where growth hacking come in all this. How can a startup effectively use growth hacking to scale up their business and get great returns for little resources? Hi, my name is Owigose Mary. I'm a digital marketing consultant and also the head of marketing for Pixel Technologies. I'll be taking you on this journey, so stay with me. So let's jump right ahead. Digital marketing for startups. So what are we going to look at today? So we're going to look at the move from traditional to digital marketing. Going to look at marketing era, the different stages of marketing era, and then we're going to answer the evergreen question: why digital marketing? Why is it important? Why should it be held in highest esteem in a business or any organization? Then we're going to look at the height of it all, digital innovation and growth. Then we're going to enter into the growth hacking, creating a growth hacking mindset, and how to develop a growth hacking strategy. So move from digital traditional marketing to digital marketing. So what is traditional marketing? What is digital marketing, and why are they different? Well, traditional marketing, as its name implies, is marketing through traditional means, through non-digital means, through billboard, through newspaper, through flyers, posters, and every non-digital means, every old way of marketing and trying to get your product and your brand in front of users. So that's basically traditional marketing. What is digital marketing? Digital marketing is simply the use of digital means and channel to market your product. So that includes digital billboard, internet, online marketing, and everything that has to do with reaching thousands of persons through digital means. Let's look at the marketing era. We have 4 types of marketing era, and why do they relate to us? Well, marketing started a long time ago, and it started from the production era, the product era, the ad sell, down to the what we call the marketing era in its core. This 4 era was majorly showed the transition from product to the market. So initially the focus was on product, delivering the right kind of product that they feel people will be interested in, and then dishing out this product in mass or in high quality, and people will begin to buy. But with the advancement of technology and with the availability of choice, the target market became very difficult to please. So they had to marketers and product team had to sit back and actually think deeply on the target market and what they actually want, and started producing and developing product that the target market actually wants than what they think the target market should be. So that's the era we're in. We're not just in an era where you sit in a cage and you're thinking of a product to build that you feel will be the next Facebook, but you're actually interacting with the target market, your potential market. You're interacting with them, you're hearing the problems, and you're creating out solution to help solve the problem. So that's basically the marketing era. So why digital marketing? Well, me first of all, digital marketing is cost effective. For platform like social media ads, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, Google ads, they can carry out ads, daily ads as low as $1 and still reach a good number of persons. So it's really cost effective than just pouring out 1 million naira on a billboard. You can actually utilize scarce marketing resources with digital marketing and actually get the best out of it. Second is data backed. So you're getting your data in real time, you're seeing the results, you're seeing everything, and you're knowing the potential result for investing before you actually invest. It can be easily measured. Most ads you see on the billboard cannot be effectively measured because you don't know the attribution model of when a user saw the billboard to when they actually purchase. But with digital marketing, you can see the attribution model for their first interaction with the brand to their final or their conversion process. So you can literally see a customer's journey through your brand online, and it can be optimized during campaign. I ran several ad campaign that we had to either stop or pause the campaign and optimize the campaign because we realized that the campaign was not producing the results that we want. So you have the option to stop, optimize, iterate, and get the best results. Like I've said before, results are seen in real time, and you can use digital marketing, social media, email marketing to build a close relationship with your target market. That's one effective marketing strategy, I must say, because the ability to know the desires of your target market, the ability to build a relationship, especially if you don't have a wide market range and you're a local business, so you can build a relationship and get to actually know their deepest desires, their goal, and relate it into delivering an amazing service experience for your target market. Then you can learn more about customer behavior. You can literally see what they do on your site, see how they react to some changes in your site, see how they react to new products, see how they react to pricing, psychology, and you can learn a lot about your customer through digital marketing. So digital marketing in itself has amazing opportunities, it has amazing potential. But one mistake I need to correct. I see a lot of brand moving from traditional marketing to digital marketing and then neglecting traditional marketing. The best aspect of marketing for a company, for a startup, is the combination of traditional marketing and digital marketing. You don't use one and leave the other one. You don't focus on traditional marketing and then leave digital marketing, and you don't focus on digital marketing and leave traditional marketing. The best form of marketing has a mix of traditional marketing and digital marketing. That's just it. So let's go get to the core. How do you take your business online? Taking your business online is not about channels. There are a lot of channels to use, there are a lot of digital marketing channels, a lot of social media platform, but it's about the digital innovation mindset. When you're innovative in your thinking and in your business model, you can easily take your business online. You can easily find the best suits for your business. You can easily navigate into the digital world without feeling a bit overwhelmed with everything. So taking your business online has to do with digital innovative mindset. So what is digital innovation? Well, at its core, digital innovation is the use of digital technologies and applications to improve existing business processes, workforce efficiency, to enhance customer service and launch new products or business model. So what simply means is you're utilizing digital technologies, digital application to actually make your business better, to actually give out better and quality service to your customer and actually get that high customer satisfaction rates that you actually want. So why is digital innovation important? Well, first of all, it's important because your customers and competitors are innovating. That's simple. If you're not where your customers are, they will likely go after your competitors. And if your competitors get ahead of you, you might likely run out of business. So you need to make sure you're on top of the trends. You need to make sure you're on top of your game when it comes to digital innovation. And you need to make sure that your business models are aligned and are all geared towards providing the most effective service to your customers. So that's just why it's important. So what do you actually innovate on? Well, you innovate on communication, you innovate on your customer service, you innovate on your customer relationship management, you innovate on the processes, you innovate on product development, the prices, community management, payment platform, distribution of products and services, advertising, and product. You need to innovate on every core of your business to make sure that it actually aligns with what's trending and with the current needs of your customer. So that's basically it. You make sure you innovate to align with the current needs of your customer. So how do you achieve digital innovation when we now know digital innovation is very important, but how can you do that for your company? Well, laid out from 4 ways to do that. First of all, you need to carry out competitors analysis. So you need to look at what your competitors are doing, what's working for them, and what's not working for them. You carry out competitors analysis, see where they are innovating on, and see if you can also innovate on those processes, see if you can also innovate on those technology if you have the ability. Then which will lead me to the second, which is carry out a SWOT analysis on your business and indicate where tech can make it better. This is very important. So once you've analyzed your competitors and you've seen what's working and what's not working, you've seen where they are gaining advantage, you look inwards, you look at carry out a SWOT analysis which comprises your strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Look inwards, look what if you have the ability or if you can assess the opportunity to innovate even better than your competitors. You carry out a SWOT analysis and you identify where tech can make your company and your brand better, and you start working towards it. Then you analyze your available resources and the digital options available for your industry. All things are good. A lot of digital innovation worldwide, but there are some specific innovation that is good for your own industry. So you need to actually identify that and start working with it. Next, to carry out the market survey. This is very important because most startups don't communicate with their customer. They just feel that they should know. Meanwhile, you don't have to know. It's okay to talk to your customer and ask them, how can we make life better for you? How can we serve you better? Carry out market surveys, hear from the horse's mouth how they want to be serviced, how they want to receive your product, how they want to be given the solution you're offering. Carry out the market survey and analyze the survey and see the best strategy where you can fit in. So how do you reach and attract your target market? Basically, it's 3 things: marketing of authenticity, consistency, and storytelling. One major way to scale up and to reach your market is being consistent with your promise. So you're not necessarily being authentic with who you are, but you're actually being authentic with what you're promising. So your USP, your unique selling proposition, you should be true to that. If you're promising you give them A, make sure you're actually working to give them A. If you're promising that you will give them a particular solution, make sure you're doing it, and make sure you're consistent with telling them that you want to give them this. So being authentic is talking about the promise you made to the customer and how you want to solve the promise. So how do you reach? Once you're consistent with being authentic, and you keep on telling the story of your brand in an authentic way, you attract your target market towards your brand. Consistency in your authenticity will bring about the right target market. So remember, being consistent with who your brand is and the promises that your brand will make will attract the right market to you. So just like Apple brand, they'll be consistent in the message they appreciate, they'll be consistent in the luxury mindset they're trying to give out, and they are attracting the kind of market that they want for their product. So that's just it. So let's get right into the last section, that's growth hacking mindset. So what exactly is growth hacking, and how can we get that mindset into our business? Well, according to Sean, growth hacking is about running smart experiments to drive growth within your business. Marketing is about experimentation to move growth as well. So what growth hacking actually is majorly focused on testing, experimenting, and iterating. It helps you achieve more business results for less business resources. That's basically what it is. It helps. Growth hacking is thinking and bringing out ways to actually bring in more business results, bring in more ROI for less resources. So what are the growth marketing realities and misconceptions? I know you've probably heard of growth hacking before, and a lot of misconceptions going on. So I just want to clear the air before we dive into how to actually achieve growth marketing. So the one misconception is growth hacking is going after the crowd, getting a lot of person in, but it's not actually true. Growth hacking is looking for the early adopters and making them brand advocates. So you are causing an inbuilt virality in the app and also in your early adopters. So second misconception is all about the big launch. A lot of person feel that once you launch big, once you've launched to 1 million persons, you will actually get the influx of customer downloads or user acquisition that you're actually looking for. But that's not necessarily the case, because big launch does not mean big start. Third misconception: great ideas bring people. So what that means is, once you develop a mind-blowing product, people will automatically come to the product without having to market. Next misconception is publish through the New York Times. Not necessarily do you need to publish through the New York Times, but you need to find the New York Times of your scene. So don't just go for big brands because of vanity metrics, but find the big brands or the micro influencers that your target market really care about, and then go after them. So next misconception: marketing costs much. But actually, effective marketing and growth hacking does not cost much. You work with limited resources. You just work smart, and you're scientific about everything. You're scientific about the campaigns you run. You're scientific about the channels to use, and you're scientific about pretty much everything. Next misconception: build a big brand and people will come. You don't need a big brand. You just need to have a passionate brand that people love, your early adopters love, and are willing to sing your story. So next misconception: push your product till people start buying. So that's one misconception. You don't force your product into the lives of people or your target market. You just end up with wasted marketing resources. You test optimize, iterate till you achieve product market fit. So you get a product that your target market really loves and really want to adopt or utilize in their life. So how do you develop growth strategies for your startup? Analyze the current data and bring out null hypotheses, bring out ideas from it, and test those ideas, test your hypothesis, carry out experiments to see the best fit. You iterate from the results of the experiment and then you experiment again. You keep on the cycle till you achieve the best and the most cost effective strategy for your marketing work. So thank you very much for listening to me and following me on that short journey. Let me know if you have questions or clarification. Like I said in the beginning, my name is Owigose Mary. I'm a digital marketing consultant and head of marketing for Pixel Technologies. So you can follow me on LinkedIn at Owigose Mary Kate. And thank you very much.
Hi everybody, my name is Vivek Akar and I live on East Coast in the US, and I'm a global engineering leader with passion for lean innovation and mentoring startups. Today I'll talk about engagement as a potent tool in building a culture of innovation and high performance. So let's get started. Innovation is all about business leaders listening to creative ideas and then using strategic planning and decision making to implement the new business ideas successfully. And this is engagement. And engagement is a two-way street. It's all about leaders listening and then doing things to enable the implementation and the execution. So leaders are essentially enabling environments so that the team can prosper and innovate. That's profound, right? So let's take a step back and see, why is innovation so important? Well, we all want to solve genuine problems, and we need to put innovation at the heart of business strategy. And obviously we all want to drive growth. But when you do that, when you have those kind of visions, you automatically attract and retain top talent because they see the impact of their work in daily work life. So you are retaining your talent, you are leading in a world where you are solving genuine problems, and you are selling great experiences. So putting innovation at the center is actually a leader's job, and it's what companies do. So that's the context of innovation in our discussion, and hopefully you all agree that we all want to enable it and engage to basically execute on it. Alright, so let's see how we can shape an organization and its future to basically enable innovation. Now, anything starts with a vision. So there has to be a vision, there has to be an articulation of it, there has to be ownership of it, and of course there has to be a drive to get that going. So obviously you create, as a leader, create a vision, own it, articulate it, and drive it. And you do it relentlessly. You have to do it. You don't do it once, you don't do it twice. You keep doing it. Now, as you do that, you also have to define values in your organization. You need to determine what the organization should value, and you have to make sure that the vision and the strategy is aligned with the values. this will give you the moral compass and the execution compass to execute on your vision. And then the final shaping piece is, how do you translate your values into competencies? How do you translate it into a daily execution rigor? So you define the strategy, vision and values, then you deploy them. But you do them through communication, through show and tell, through actually walking the talk, and then you are also mobilizing the team and delegating. So that's your organization and culture definition, basically the shaping of it. Now, before we go any further, we talked about the culture, we talked about the values. So let's look at them. Let's look at the behavior and the culture which we all want to emphasize. And we do really want to emphasize the behavior which sets us apart as an organization. So you see a lot of behaviors and culture on this slide, but they are truly what a family or a vibrant high performance team will do. Obviously we all want to do the right thing as a team. We want to feel safe while doing that. We want to continuously learn as we grow, and we want to obviously collaborate. But don't forget to celebrate the successes, because that's what we often do, right? We forget to celebrate the success, and we are always in a chase mode. So obviously celebrating success is very important, and you can't emphasize enough the celebrating success part of it. Then basically, essentially when you collaborate, when you deliver, you are doing it with obviously radical thinking. You want to value diversity of thoughts and ideas. Obviously you want to respect diversity and your colleagues, but you want to have a very much growth mindset. Growth mindset is multifaceted. It allows you to look at your areas of growth in a very constructive way, and it also develops a safe environment for everybody, because you are no longer focused on the negativities, but you are actually focused on the positivities of the opportunity the growth mindset brings, both for innovation as well as individual growth. So as we go forward on this slide, we obviously want to have an attitude of a can-do, like things are possible, we can do and solve problems which are otherwise looking hard. Then you want to socialize right behaviors. Obviously you don't want your brilliant jerks to not know that they are not doing the right things. You want to emphasize craftsmanship. You want to show that passion and hard work which you bring, because you own and you have passion for innovation. And then not only you, but your whole team is very much open to feedback and retrospection, and that brings amazing things back to the team. It's the feedback loop, right? So it's all about engagement, but it's all about owning the right behaviors and helping team own the right behaviors as well. So now as we start to articulate the vision and the values, we are trying to execute a very, very potent outcome through our execution. We want to execute on our vision and strategy. So now we are shaping the future, and obviously when you shape the future, you are looking at the benefits it bring you, right? So you have conceived the vision, you are looking at a model of innovation, and you want to use engagement to basically bring the execution to the front. Now, as you are shaping the culture of your organization, you are automatically looking at the advantages of shaping the organization, right? You are reducing waste by clarifying the vision and strategy. You are obviously focused on the customer. Customer obsession is obviously very, very prime and important. You and the organization is showing the can-do attitude, and you are seeing that the employee turnover is reducing because people are seeing their work is very much relevant and connected to the vision. Now, you are obviously, hopefully also changing the leadership model. Not only you, but your reports and everybody down the line, down the chain, is leading in a similar fashion. And the leading gets easier for everybody because it is now scalable. It is scaling across from top to bottom, from left to right, and it's a more open leadership style because things are very transparent. They are well connected to the vision and strategy. There is no ambiguity in what is important, what is to be emphasized and stressed. It empowers the team. They can say no to the wrong things. They can say yes to the right things. And people are self-regulating. So it's a tremendous scaling advantage which you are getting by shaping the organization for that innovation which you are all looking for. Now, so we have spoken about innovation, we have talked about the values, we have talked about the engagement. Now, engagement is the key here. It's all about engagement. But how do you do it? You do it by multiple things. You educate. You obviously communicate. You communicate the what, you communicate the why. You scale it by education. You show it by actions. You show it by presentations. You show it by talking. And obviously you engage. The implementation, the processes, the feedback, it's all about engagement. You have the vision, you have the strategy, but you are engaging to get the feedback so that you are adjusting. But while you are adjusting, you are also empowering the team to make decisions, to take actions without getting paralyzed by inaction, right? So you are enabling your team, you're supporting your team, and you're training them, you're empowering them to do the right thing, to be engaged, to basically deliver on innovation and high performance. So I feel that these are the 4 pillars: education, engagement, empowerment, and enablement. These are the 4 pillars of true engagement in any organization. Now, as we keep talking about scaling the engagement, it's very important to see how true engagement can scale. Because in a big organization, in a big global organization, scaling of engagement is very important for success. So the most important thing here you are doing is decentralizing the leadership. And this is very fundamental. And you do it by creating the influencer group within the organization. Who are these people? These are the idea creators in your organization. These are the high influencers in your organization. These are the people managers in your organization. They are talking what you are talking about. They are talking your strategy. They are talking about your vision. They are articulating what you want to articulate throughout the organization. So these are the influencers who are decentralizing and scaling your leadership. And then you're also creating other innovation agents which are reinforcing the strategy. These agents are either from the influencer group or they are being developed. Maybe they are individual contributors, they are tech leaders, They are acting on the communication plan, they are acting on the execution plan, they are showing every day how it is to be done. And that's how you truly scale. You truly scale in that small remote office, which is many thousands of miles away, but it's doing the same innovation and leadership which you want throughout the organization. So this is about engagement. This is about scaling the engagement through decentralizing and empowering leaders at all levels. Now, as we talk about building innovation, we also need to talk about how do you build innovation aptitude in everybody in your organization. And when you do that, you are still doing it by engaging people. You obviously have a clear and aligned vision for the future. Hopefully your leaders understand it. They are able to look beyond the immediate markets, and they are able to spot the threats and opportunities. And then the organization is socializing the right behaviors. We just talked about it, the values, the behaviors, and the promotion of the right behaviors, the reinforcement, the education of the right behaviors. So that basically gives the common language and the common action throughout the organization to do the right thing. And innovation is a team sport, so the aptitude of innovation comes through the practice of the team sport, the practice of innovation. And you collaborate at multiple levels, you co-create and develop innovative frameworks and roadmaps. So the execution, the process, the framework of innovation happens through your product owners, through your managers, through your principal tech leads, through your individual contributors. And they are your true innovation agents, and you are identifying and engaging them. You are empowering them, you are promoting them, and they are the people who are adding weight to the strategy, to the leadership, and to the culture. So as we develop this engagement journey, we also want to make sure that we have not only set the engagement plan, we have not only set up the vision and the process, but we can repeat it. We can consistently do it every day, every month, and every release cycle. So how do you make it stick? And this is very important for every leader. You have to make the culture change as an ongoing journey. It's not a one-time deal. It's not a one presentation. It's not about one all hands. You are embedding the change. You are getting ready for a longest phase of your journey in the organization. There's no end. There's no finite end. It's a journey. And leaders need to understand that. Often leaders will become impatient. They would want quick gratification, instant gratification. It's not. And the people need to realize that that's the case. They need to look at it as an ongoing journey, and therefore avoid too shallow a change. Do a quick change, maybe it's a short change, it's a shallow enough change that it doesn't do anything. It can actually instill fear in the organization. You don't want that. It has to be, the change has to be everywhere. It has to be in every office, in every level, in every leader in your organization. And it cannot be at the surface only. It needs to be articulated but also executed on a relentless everyday basis. Now, it needs to be a progressing change. You need to progress. You need to build on success. If you did something and it's working, make it even better. If it's not working, change it. Get feedback. Celebrate good news, but also get feedback and change if something needs to be changing. And then obviously you rely on the agents. They are innovation agents throughout the organization, throughout the global organization. Nurture them, encourage them, and be prepared to lose those people who are unwilling to change. I mean, there will be some people who would not be able to undergo the journey, and obviously as leaders we all want to help them, and we will, but in some cases help them move on, and that's not easy, but sometimes that is part of the journey. And then evolve the culture. It's never static. The culture also innovates, it evolves, and it opens up more avenues for more greatness, more high performance. So this is very important. You set the groundwork, your organization executes, you reap the benefits, you make it stick, you make it ongoing, you make it relentless. And as we go forward, I want to remind us that the true purpose of a business is to create and keep customers, and obviously that means that we need to offer them the experiences they want and the innovation they deserve. All right, hopefully you enjoyed it, and take care. Thank you.
Hello everyone, a very good day to all of you. My name is Oliver Tien, and I'm very proud to be part of this Digital Week series organized by Digital for Foundation. Today, I'd like to share with you my experiences and thoughts around AI, artificial intelligence, and the future of learning. Firstly, let me introduce myself. The presentation topic I have for you today is on AI and future learning. This is a recorded presentation and will be streamed in the month of October and November to the American and European audience. Firstly, about myself. I'm the founder and director of my own business, Oliver Tien Associates. In addition, I also hold a number of roles in non-profit organizations such as the International Alliance of Robotic Associations, Global Robot Cluster, and the Asia Pacific Assistive Federation. In today's agenda, I'd like to cover the following topics. First of all, let's take a look at the human learning model and how humans over the past century or more has benefited from the use of technology and the right pedagogy to enhance our learning and experiences in life. Secondly, with the advancement of AI technology, how can this be harnessed to supplement human learning and curiosity? Then let's look at the key factors in the design of AI, particularly as it applies to learning. And finally, let's do a little checkpoint on the reality of tech bubbles. Well, what's in the future? If you really want to know about the future, don't ask the technologists, nor the scientists, nor the physicists. This was what Clifford Stowe in a Newsweek article in 1995 mentioned. If you want to know what the society is going to be, ask the kindergarten teacher, the adult who spends time with the young ones. In 20 years' time, the young ones will define what the new brave world is going to look like. Will we look like this? Will AI eventually change the way of next generation learn? This is a picture taken, right? I hope we don't end up with lots of wires attached to our brains and use the technology to help us learn the different knowledge that we want to look at. Well, the future of learning is a very large discourse. There are many, many things that apply in the future of learning. Particularly, I sieve out 4 very important pillars in the future of learning. First of all, the competency. What do you see yourself to building up skills that we need? And in what domain are we talking about? In which sector do we need to establish those skills? Can the skills be crossed by different domains? other standards and global norms that we need to adhere to at least have a yardstick to measure where we are, what we need to learn, and how much we know. And finally, the whole process around learning agency. We'll talk a little bit more about this in a while. So, in the area of competency in specific domains, we're really dealing with adult learning. And on the fundamental side, how can we bring schools together to educate the K-12 students in the best model of learning? So if I look at the future of learning, we should divide our thoughts into the adult learning space and the K-12 learning space. Today in my presentation, I'll spend more time with the K-12 learning. There are many different types of learners. Here I identify 9 such possible models, such possible types of learners. Those who are very visual in nature, kinesthetic, audio, and there are also those who believe in scribbling down what they learn in order to memorize or understand what she has been taught. Of course, there are those who have to teach in order to learn, and there are those who learn and best under stress or at ease. Now, to effectively apply technology into each of the different learners, it is important we understand and build common items, components that can fit and possibly reuse. Hence, the possibility of creating learning objects. And learning objects can be defined as any entity, whether it's digital or non-digital, that can be used, reused, referenced in any technology-supported learning models. Learning objects have been discussed over the past decade or decade and a half. And in fact, we need to figure out how we can build these different components of learning that can be encapsulated to bring about the right and trusted knowledge that we can share with the next generation. What is important is, as our world starts to transform, as technology becomes a lot more pervasive, the analog adult and the digital child needs to come together. This digital gap is becoming more and more obvious over time. This is the difference between the parents and children, or even grandchildren, in terms of how they can interactively use technology to the best of its purpose. The digital generation gap refers to the possible gap between the child and the adult, and potentially even between child and parents, as well as the teachers. Question is, how can we enable the teachers to understand the child's natural capability and ability to adapt to new technology and successfully use technology to benefit its learning process? Well, it was said just last year in December 2020, Konstantinos mentioned that we need to teach AI in schools. Teaching AI in schools at what level? Of course, if you look at the different countries across the world, AI is being at university level. Some of it reaches the high school level. In order for us to take advantage of the tech race, knowing AI is fundamentally key. Well, this is an example of how parents in China are actually ramping up the tech education for their children. This was reported just earlier last year, where a Shanghainese parent is showing his kid, no more than 10 years old, the aspects of technology. What shocked me further was this news that came out subsequently. Chinese publishers are introducing AI textbooks for preschoolers. Mind you, preschoolers, anybody below 7 years old, 6 and below, are now being introduced to the concepts of AI. And further, in China, what we are also seeing is that 35 cities has been approved to provide AI major curriculum. Now that brings us to the level whereby we're seeing more and more countries that start to introduce AI to the young ones. Think about what is needed. Where are the different components to help kids appreciate AI? I came across this book, Cool Kids Guide to AI. Wow. Introducing the technology in a cool way to the young ones. And that brought UNICEF to start to think about the policy guidelines that you want to put in place in terms of introducing AI to the kids. Are we doing it too early? Just in September last year, this publication, version number 1, was released. Over the years, we look at different technology. Every early days in the 1980s, where computer-based training was a talk about topic, where we use technology to enable the learning process. And over the years, using multimedia, e-learning was talked about, and in the recent years, we talk about education technology, edutech, right? And today, AI potentially can come into play. The whole evolution of innovation will bring about a very powerful move. But are we ready to go into the adoption of AI in the learning process? Well, what's important is first the science of learning, the ability for us to understand the whole concept and how we should teach and the expected outcome that we want our learners to take away with, coupled with the technology and the different innovation that has been created to support the learners. So student engagement becomes very key. The learning needs become very key. And this has to be dovetailed with AI. Can AI understand the student well enough so that eventually, with the help of AI, students can co-author the learning journey with the teachers? So the roles the teacher will play, the roles the student will play will be very different in time to come. Well, what I think eventually we need to look at is the use of AI and how it can supplement the human capability. The human-centric AI program becomes extremely key. This is an example of how we adopt programs that enable the learning process and supplement it with use of technology, particularly AI technology. What's human good for? Well, we've got good curiosity. We ask a lot of questions. We live the right and wrong, the good and bad. And we have the creativity to build on something that is established and extend it to a new expectation. The strength of the machine comes with the following: speed, storage, and sensibility. The combination of this will enable a newfound model for learning. And let's see what is possible. In Singapore, we created a learning program to personalize education. The question is, how can we best help teachers to customize and improve the learning experience for every student, and especially those with learning difficulties? There are several key benefits as we go down this path. But what it means is we have to take our first step. We have to pilot AI-enabled learning problems. We have to pilot AI-enabled automated learning environments for our children. And this is an ongoing process. We believe we can create this and make this happen for our next generation. Then it is important to understand the underlying principle behind how our students, our young ones, learn. James Anderson from Australia suggested the learner agency. It is the degree to which the individual is able to take initiative to meaningfully influence their own world in the face of challenges, and involves an interrelated and equally important element: the environment to work and act, the will to act, and the power to act. If we are able to put these three components together, it will enable the child, the student, to learn a lot better. Students will undoubtedly encounter challenges beyond the current. And if we were to adopt the learner agency model, we can help the children to focus and increase their talents and skills by raising the bar. Now, what does it mean to raise the bar? Well, this is the model that was proposed, right? There is a certain comfort level that we stay within, and we perform to that comfort level. And over time, we stay within that performance of comfort because we're good. And if we do not stretch that agency, we'll find that we will be very comfortable and become complacent in where we are. The goal is, so how can we do this? How can we push the learning outcome? In this series of charts, I try to demonstrate how can we help the learner to overcome challenges and improve his ability to achieve more. As learners develop talents and abilities to overcome some of these challenges, the performance zone rises up, and we can challenge them to look at a higher level of learning capability. They are succeeding at an increasing level of difficulty, and as a result, the size of comfort and performance zone increases. In this way, they will have greater ability to influence the world in which they live, and therefore a greater agency. That brings us to renew a vision for learning and development. Imagine a world where every child's life was a succession of opportunities in which they come to know who they are and in which they discover who they would be, their capability, and their potential. Imagine too that educators, such as teachers, could find out how best to identify each child's specific abilities, interests, and aspirations, and then align these attributes with the specific context that best promote the child's talents, achievements, and success in life. How technology could be leveraged to support such an imagination. What can AI do about this? Well, there are potentially 6 areas that AI can support such a vision. First of all, smart content. AI tools can be used to condense contents of textbooks into more digestible study components. Learning bites that are suited for each learner styles. AI can also be used to help tutor students and provide them with real-time feedback. The interactive tutoring model can be very helpful and can support the child's learning journey. AI can also be used to automate and speed up teachers' tasks that take away time from the students. Teachers could use those time to support higher value activities in assisting the child to reach its potential. There can also be adaptive learning environments. AI can act as a personalized learning companion or a study buddy, adapting to each child's learning styles. There are also methods where AI can be used to design digital curriculum and content across a variety of devices, from video to audio to online assistants that can support the different learning styles and at different points in time and for different contents. Lastly, AI can provide insights to identify learning gaps within a classroom, particularly to monitor the students' answers to questions and help identify concepts which the teacher may need to spend more time reteaching the topic or perhaps help the student understand the topic better. This is where AI can play a pivotal role to shape the future of learning. Here are 6 possible innovations where AI can play a part. And perhaps there are many more that can be considered. 6 of these are core and instrumental to the future of learning. We possibly welcome collaboration between countries and among regions to speed up the process and the development of such innovations. Well, then that brings us to the importance of human factor engineering. We can build the best solution, and the best solution in technology will be the worst solution if people do not use it. There is always a smarter way, a smarter approach to process performance, and that is to be able to understand technology, to understand how science and technology can help us achieve our outcome. AI can help make our life easier through connectedness, where we have a network of knowledge and sharing that enable people to come together to collaborate to find new solutions, to collaborate to fill the gaps and co-create new innovations that can charter the new direction for the future of learning. Let's not wait for the perfect storm. Let's not have too much deliberation before we embark on this innovation journey. keep in mind as we continue to discuss and deliberate, our next generation is out there learning the way you used to learn, and their future will depend on how quickly we innovate and bring the best solution to them. Let me also bring to light Amara's law. Amara's law states that we tend to overestimate the effect of technology in the short run, particularly with media hype, and underestimate the effect in the long run. We're probably at the inflection point, a point whereby we are getting a breakthrough, and AI will chart the direction for us to design the future models of learning. Let's take advantage of this juncture and invest our time and effort to collaborate and build the future of learning. Just last month, in September, APARA organized a series of webinars, one of which was around AI and the future of learning. The webinar series, AIbotics, stands for AI in Robotics, which focuses on the development and deployment of AI in robotics. Here we bring together the best minds around the world to discuss and explore how we can collaborate to chart the future in the learning space. We welcome and we want to collaborate for such a common cause on practical research projects. We believe that we can build that leading platform for innovation, adoption, and most importantly, the augmentation of intelligent robotic technology for the digital community. With that, I thank you, and I would love to hear from you. You have my contact email, oliver@apara.asia, as well as our website, aibotics.tech. I wish you all a happy day ahead of you, and do enjoy. Stay healthy and keep safe. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye for now.
So also warm welcome from my side. I'm happy to speak at the Digital Innovation and Startup Summit today and share some insights and talk about how to approach the chemical industry, a guide for startups. My name is Marco. I'm the head of ecosystems at 5HT, Digital Hub for Chemistry and Health. We are part of the Digital Hub initiative by Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. And our main goal is to support startup corporate collaboration, especially in the field of the chemical industry. We're based out of Mannheim, Ludwigshafen, south part of Germany. And as I mentioned, we have a main domain in the chemical industry. And I think now it's the right timing, especially for startups with digital solutions, to approach the chemical industry. Why is this so? First of all, we do have global challenges, not only the chemical industry is facing, but rather we as a society are facing, such as pollution, such as climate change. We do have a big topic of plastics, recycling, circular economy is a big topic, and the chemical industry and chemical corporates are here in a special role because they are in the beginning of the whole value chain, and somehow they're important when it comes to circularity, to bring back the materials into the circle, into the value chain again. They have a very crucial role here, and they have the domain, they have the expertise, and therefore this is a challenge not only the industry but the whole economy is facing, also in different industry after or behind typical chemical corporates are located. So we see this is a challenge we're facing, but also an opportunity for the corporates and for startups approaching corporates in this specific field. Product development, making more sustainable products, increasing lab workflows, work on new materials as an example, is also a huge topic for the chemical industry, and we do see more and more startups tapping into this field, offering new materials, offering digital tools to accelerate material development. And R&D is one of the key figures, one of the key KPIs, the key performance indicators for chemical corporate. And normally R&D budgets are quite high. So therefore, this is also a chance for startups to tap in. Comes in hand when I mentioned the plastics problem of today, sustainability, sustainable energy, green energy. Especially here in Germany, we do see a transition in energy supply. So from fossil energy, we have more and more, for example, wind turbines. We see that every chemical corporate needs to dramatically change their energy supply. And here we also see startups coming into this field, helping with carbon management, helping with energy efficiency solutions. Huge topic, because only in Germany, if we have a look at the current supply with renewable energy, this needs to increase to fulfill the EU Green Deal and the goals of the EU Green Deal. And therefore, huge challenge, but also huge opportunity for the industry and the startups which are active in this field. And here's an example of a chemical factory. We see lots of pipes. It's a heavily process-driven industry. And coming hand in hand, we do need to change the energy supply, but also we need to work on energy efficiency, as I mentioned. And therefore, having smart solutions, using sensor data is very crucial. We do have sensors everywhere in a chemical plant, but really helping the manufacturing processes to be more energy efficient. When we talk about predictive maintenance, as an example, is also crucial for the chemical industry, and therefore huge challenge as well, but as I mentioned already, huge chance for the startup ecosystem, and therefore plenty of chances. I think now is the best timing for startups to approach the chemical industry, and also for startups who might have not the main domain in the chemical industry, but startups offering digital solutions. So we see that more and more chemical corporates, as it's a more conservative and traditional industry, are open to collaborate with startups because they see the benefit to increase on one hand their innovativeness, but on the other hand to reduce spending, and in the end to fulfill the main target, to fulfill goals of the EU Green Deal. But although it's quite obvious that both parties, chemical corporates and startups, need to work together, there are massive barriers which hindering this collaboration, and which might lead to frustration, which might lead to a barrier between a collaboration. And there are several opportunities. You see here a slide, plenty of things. We can't go through all of them, otherwise probably I would talk next 15 minutes only about barriers. Today's topic is about how to overwhelm these challenges, overwhelm these barriers. But it's important to be aware that both parties are quite different when it comes to processes, when it comes to mindset. And it's very important to pay attention to the specifics of the other side, especially if you are a startup approaching the chemical industry. You need to be aware that it's very process-driven, that it can easily jump into a collaboration. Regulatory aspect is huge. So therefore, as a startup, try to understand that chemical corporates and also innovation managers of chemical corporates are not working in the same way you are working. Therefore, we need to kind of find and bring both parties together. Therefore, it's very important, if you're approaching a chemical corporate, highlight what problem you are solving with your solution. So what is exactly the point? That a chemical corporate should listen to you, first of all. you need to understand that they're not just waiting for someone knocks at the door and offering a new, cool, innovative solution. So therefore, if you have the access to a chemical corporate, don't waste the time. Focus on what's the added value you're offering to them, and this is very crucial. And as I mentioned, there's so many problems, so many challenges in the chemical industry at the moment. You need to specifically address them and then emphasize on what and how you can find a solution and offering this solution to it. So therefore, it's important 3 questions you should ask yourself, and then you should share with the corporate. So what is the problem you are addressing? Only focus on the problem in the beginning. Make sure you understand and you share who is affected and why is this group, this process, etc. affected by the problem, and what's the status quo. So although there is a problem, somehow there is a solution, although it's not the right solution. Or what's the status quo of the problem, of the challenge? So therefore, these 3 questions are very important for you in the beginning, before approaching the corporate. And when you're approaching the corporate, then you really need to highlight these 3 pillars. Coming from the problem to the solution, what does your solution offer? How does the solution work? And how can your solution be implemented? That's very crucial. If you only speak about your solution is this and your solution will work in a specific way, you still need to define how can it be implemented. As I mentioned, very process-driven industry, highly regulated. Therefore, you need to find a way, and also you need to share this approach of a potential implementation. This also makes it much easier for your counterpart to understand your solution and also to understand how they can implement it in their processes. If you show your solution, really be sure that you address, okay, what exactly are you offering? If you only mention, for example, we offer predictive maintenance, that's kind of a buzzword. But what process, what specific case is the solution you're offering? Also mention what functions, features, and services are included in the solution. If there are any further, make it as detailed as possible, because this helps your counterpart to really understand the solution. It's also helpful to share an example, share a picture. Maybe you have a prototype or a demo you can show, and you can share with your potential partner in the chemical industry. Very crucial. I know this sounds obvious, but I was participating and attending in many calls where both the startup and the chemical corporate were talking, were discussing, but in the end I had a feeling that they're not on the same page, quite far away from each other, because the corporate didn't fully understand the startup solution. So you as a startup, for you it's important, it's crucial that you make sure that the solution is understood by the corporate. Otherwise, you're not diving into a further discussion, into a further exchange on your solution. Otherwise, you stick on this kind of high level. So therefore, make sure your solution is understood by the corporate. You can do this by asking the corporate, not, did you understand the solution? Maybe he or she won't directly say no. Rather ask, okay, how did you understood my solution? So could you share with me how you can implement my startup solution? So really make sure your solution is understood by the corporate. And what we also see, which is what is important when approaching the chemical industry, we see as a startup, your entry gate might be an innovation team. There are nowadays more and more startup engagement teams. Also, especially in the digital space, we have digital transformation teams. So they have an outside view. They have a look into the startup ecosystem, but it's very important for you as a startup, if you want to go into a real project with a chemical corporate, to find your way. So those innovation, startup engagement teams and so on, they can kind of guide you towards the right direction. So if you're offering a solution to accelerate new material development, you need to go to the R&D department as an example. Then this innovation team can help you, can steer the process, but it's really sure that you not only stick and stay in this first layer where we do see these innovation teams, and make sure that you really find your way towards the production, to the R&D or to the supply chain team. Because in the end, those are the areas where your solution is applied. Your solution won't be applied in the innovation team itself. The innovation team is the facilitator. They do have an important role, but it's very important and crucial to include the users of your solution, and they are mainly in a specific work area such as R&D. As I mentioned, make sure your solution is understandable, and also to address how your solution can be implemented. So make it more convenient for your potential customer and demonstrate, okay, your idea is feasible in terms of it works from a technology point of view. We often have this term of proof of concept. So is the technology working? Yes. But it's also important to demonstrate that your solution offers an added value to the customer. So then we talk about a proof of value. Because if I'm the innovation manager or R&D manager of a chemical corporate, if your solution is working, okay, that's one part of the story. But I need to figure out if this solution you're offering to me adds value to my current processes. So therefore, this is important focus on what value does your solution really offers. And there it's beneficial, for example, to share prototypes or share demo versions where you, for example, can focus on a specific material and demonstrate how you can accelerate this development. As I mentioned, proof of concept, proof of value, very important. You can use a one-pager for this to demonstrate what is the feasibility, what is the proof that your solution adds value to your potential customer. And it's also helpful to have an example ready. Not a too abstract example, but a real use case is always helpful. So here as an example, the tagline is, we reduce energy consumption of industrial plants by 10%. I know 10% is quite high. If this is really the case, then I'm pretty sure plenty of chemical corporates will listen to your solution. But make sure it's easy to understand what you're offering, what is the benefit. If you have numbers and figures to underline this, to really demonstrate there's the feasibility, then share them. Don't follow the approach, fake it until you make it, because in the end, your corporate customer in the chemical industry will really challenge you. And in the end, if they see, okay, instead of, you mentioned 10%, but it's 0.5%, then you won't receive another job another job and from this specific customer. But it's helpful especially when it comes to POVs, proof of values, to share the timeline, because in the end, innovation managers, when they go, in this case, go to their manufacturing teams, then they also need to sell your startup internally and say why it's important to work on a common project with you. So if you say, okay, look, we have a specific timeline, we have some dates, we have a kickoff, assessment, data analysis, implementation, after an evaluation. As an example, within 6 weeks, you'll see the results that our solution adds value to your business. This is very important. Also, if you have some references, I know it's tricky, especially if you don't have reference yet, to find a first customer where you can prove your solution. If you have references, use them. It could be also an example that you were focusing on the automotive industry and you have two big car manufacturers and these are the brands, and now you would tap into the chemical industry. Still use them. This makes it much more feasible for the chemical corporate, and therefore place these logos here. This is super important. Then the chance is much more higher that the corporate will listen to you and really sees, oh, might be super interesting. You do have some real use cases. Now we're ready to listen. Also, what we see, especially digital startups, they have various solutions, but please do not state that your solution can be applied everywhere. Rather focus on one specific use case, especially when you address a specific team or group or business unit in a chemical corporate. Focus on this use case and stress this, and don't talk about various use cases. It could be the case that you will talk to different companies where different use cases can be applied. So make sure, especially in the preparation of such a meeting, that you define, for this company, I use this use case. For another company, I use another use case. Don't try to solve every single problem the chemical corporate is currently facing. Don't say you can do everything, because this is in the end just not true, and this won't give you more credibility. It's better to focus on one use case, and maybe after a while, if they see yes, there is a proof of value, you can scale and address and offer another use case. But in the beginning, focus on one specific use case. So these are the tips for you as a startup. Key takeaways: clearly state the problem you are addressing. Clearly say, okay, this is the solution. This is the challenge you are facing. As I mentioned, you can also have some talks, some chats with chemical corporates. Demonstrate that your solution can be applied. Make sure the solution is understood by the corporate, and in the end, you need to deliver. If you have any further questions, please reach out to me or connect via LinkedIn. I'm super happy to follow up with you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello, and thank you for coming to my talk this session. I appreciate you being here, and hopefully what I share with you today will be helpful for you going forward. So I will just get started right away. This is new product launch, digital and e-commerce. Emphasis here heavily. My name is Pam Maurice. My LinkedIn is here. If you want to find me, I'll share this again at the end quickly in case you want to look me up with for any questions or feedback. So backstory here, my suggestions are dependent on product type and organizational infrastructure. Obviously, there's going to be lots of different products, services, size of teams. They're all going to factor into a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today. So what I'm providing here today are examples of my process when I was building a digital marketing department at an employer that's in the consumer goods space. So these are my direct examples in that particular instance. My goal was to change the process going forward so that I didn't have so much work to do going backwards, because of all the product already launched. There was so much missing information that I needed in order to take out my, execute my digital marketing initiative. So going forward, at least I thought for new products, I will have all that information up front, and it'll just eventually get more and more efficient, which is also something I want to bring up, taking the time to do more before, during, and after launches, especially before launches, obviously, will be more efficient over time. Yes, it's more work at the beginning, but you will be thanking yourself later. Also, rushing your launches without the proper planning could, lead to poor sales and lost sales, right? So you want the results to be as good for you and your company as possible. So take the time and it'll get more efficient, I promise. So agenda, planning, tips to consider. I'm going to be having a lot of different tips for you Hopefully, most of them are something you could take away and use tomorrow. Definitely going forward and building a new process. Product info, all the details are needed. This can really be where it's endless in terms of it depends. It's going to depend a lot on the product, the category, and the teams. So content strategy, all the different intelligence and research you can do to help develop your strategy. Content, there's so many different pieces of content that you can gather. So I'll touch on several of those. Also for your partners. So you may be selling direct just for yourself, or you may have a third-party retailer who's selling your products online. So they're going to have, rules and guidelines that you're going to have to follow for them. And you don't want to duplicate things if you don't have to, right? Because that's not efficient. So having that knowledge up front will help you also. Pre-launch. Yes, you can also do some pre-launch work. You can, if it's especially a hot new, sexy product, maybe you want to get some teaser information out there, promotional items out there to get people really excited for when your product does launch. And always refine, track, update, improve, continuous improvement, right? We know that saying. So you can always make things better. So think about that as you continue to build. And I will say, think about that quite a few times today too. Planning. So e-commerce, your website, because my website, for example, didn't sell direct to consumer. So e-commerce, website, social media, digital ad copy, and even traditional marketing as well. Sell sheets, PowerPoints, posters, in-store stickers, packaging, all if your item is sold in a store. All of that can use the same content. And it's good to repurpose it because it's consistent messaging, right? That's also very important. So in preparation, think in advance all the needs you'll have for launching your product. From a digital standpoint is what I'm saying here, but I want to include traditional as well. Start somewhere and build. You can always add, you can always revise, but just get started. And some of these tips I'm going to share with you today should be hopefully a good start for you if you don't have a process like this in place. Checklist. Just make a checklist. Trust me, there's way too much to remember when it comes to launching a product and all the different pieces of information you need. So have a checklist that you will use every time you launch something and that you can share with others. If someone else is helping you launch products, then it's all documented and you all can be doing the same steps and it's all right there. And how could someone say they forgot? It's on a checklist. Resources, your timing for your launch and the budget for your launch, are you going to hit your goals? So think about the resources you need to build these different pieces of marketing material or product videos or photography. Who's going to do that? How much will it cost? Just have all that in line so you can have a successful launch as well. So product category, is it new or existing category? If it was a new category, I would have to build out that description and find out where is that going to live on my website. So just think, is it something new or existing? If it's existing, makes it a little easier. If not, if it's new, might have to do a little bit more work building out that category and describing it. Product title, jumping there. Consider SEO and how consumers search. So internally, for example, you're going to have a certain way of speaking about your products that the average consumer doesn't speak about your product that way. So for example, someone wants a pet for their kid and they're looking for a fish tank. They're probably going to search fish tank, possibly aquarium, probably the next most popular. Internally, where a place I used to work, we said enclosure, but we can't have enclosure all over the place in our copy because consumers, that's just not how they speak about those products. It's fish tank or aquarium. You can have it there once in a while, but just think about that when you're titling and writing out these descriptions. Different descriptions you're going to need for different short and long versions for different advertising, promotions, printed material. There's many different examples. You're going to need different descriptions to describe your product. So, if it's a trade publication, you can get a little snippet in there for a new product, even whether it's online or in print, doesn't matter. They're going to have a character limit. So find out, what descriptions you're going to need for all these different examples. And then you can reuse that it's probably already on your website. You can use that for social media. You have the description already written, then the different long and short versions. Maybe you want to just use the shorter one there, or have the longer, in the bottom, or if someone probes and engages for more information. Video, email, all of these are going to use that copy. For bullet points, I would recommend sweet spot, like 3 to 6, concise, easy to read and understand. Different platforms may have different, lengths you can use, but I would say plan for the 3 to 6 at least. Other files, you're going to have possibly videos, instructions, different guides, comparison charts, what goes with what. You have a lot of content on your packaging, that you can reuse for a lot of this too. So think about all of that. Product content strategy continued here. Keywords, like I mentioned, when they're launching the product, or your product development team, whether that's you or you have a team or you're doing both, I've done both as well. Think about other words consumers are, why was this product launched? Like, what problem is this solving? Kind of get some keywords. Who are the competitors? You have those listed, and what the name of the product is, so someone can quickly go and find that information. You may want to develop some hashtags for a big major launch. Those can spread like wildfire too. Video, will there be video? And then think about, break it down from there, and what types of video. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Rebates, coupons, loyalty programs, promotions. Do you have those set up at your company? Do you utilize those? What are you going to plan for this new product? Is there going to be a promo, a discount? Have those ready, have those built out up front, and then you can always refine them later if you need to. Ads, digital, there's a lot of different sizes, but standard sizes as well, vertical, horizontal, square spots, and skyscrapers and leaderboards. You can kind of have that ready and have those assets, those requests made before your product launches. So when it launches, it's all there ready to go, and you'll have a lot of different assets already prepared. And they'll all be, if they're created more at the same time, they'll follow that similar brand look and feel too. Competitive copy to consider. If there's a product similar like yours, how is it being described? What are their features and benefits, and how can you improve upon that with your product? Research, obviously your competitors, you want to do that prior to launch, but also ongoing. I mean, it doesn't really stop. There's always new products out there, and maybe some of your competitors are making refinements. So what are they up to? Check it out. A lot of this information is available, whether if it is in store, you can show up in a store and see your competitors there. I know I always did store walks, periodically to just see what was going on and check out the landscape, but also digitally, which is easier. But both, I would say both, if they both exist. And look at the questions and answers, look at the reviews, definitely for your products, but you could do this competitively as well. A lot of the information is available, especially online, for you to glean insights from, and it doesn't cost anything. It takes time. Other than that, surveys, if you have the opportunity to fill out different surveys, those are great opportunities to get feedback, and I'll talk about those a little bit more as well. So linked products. Do you make coffee machines, and now you're launching your own line of actual coffee? So how do you communicate this? If someone's on your site or another site shopping for a coffee machine, make sure they know that you also make coffee. Maybe this coffee is formulated in a way, the granules are just work perfectly with this machine. This is why you want to buy this coffee. This is just an example of, things you want to think about, how your products work together, and make sure you communicate that to people who are seeing either of those products. If your website doesn't work this way, maybe it should. Email marketing, if you have an email marketing campaign that's ongoing and you're able to track with some of those lists what products they own, then those are the people you want to reach out to say, hey, I know you have our coffee machine. Hey, we have this new coffee now that we're making. So think about the linking and how to communicate that to consumers. A+ rich animated content. Do you want this to be created? Every extra asset is, more work and effort, but is worth it for the right product. So, these different banners, these charts, videos can be expensive, photography can be expensive, but what do you want to commit to getting done for this product and have it ready for the launch? And you can repurpose a lot of content in a lot of different ways. And again, it'll be consistent then as well. Partner requirements, review their guidelines, the character limits. So different partners that sell your products are going to have different rules and regulations and limits and what have you. So keep that in your process and your checklist as well. That way you don't have to go back and make changes, or you don't want to be scrambling. It's just nice to have everything buttoned up and ready to go. Image requirements, it could be file name, sizes, backgrounds, colors. Alt text would be great to have up front, describing what's in the photo. You're not keyword stuffing, you're just literally saying what is in the photo. If your eyes were closed, what is in the photo? So that's what that is, and it often gets neglected. And Google likes having the alt text there. So video limits, duration. If it's a longer version, you could still make a short version of that. If you have a 2-minute, 1 minute, 2 minute product promo, maybe you want to get a 30-second one and try it out in different spots, see how it performs. If it's an instructional video, obviously those could be a little bit longer. Those are great to have because I don't know about you, I would rather watch a video of instructions than read on a sheet of paper, because it shows you rather than tells you. So if it's a product that needs instructions, see if you can get a video made, whether it's a person in it or it's a rendering. I think either can work. Specifications. Now, this is where we can, so much information, size, flavor, color, shape, what it fits with, is compatible with. So it's going to be different measurements and all these product details. It could go on. And again, it's going to depend on what your product, what space and industry you're in. But this is going to help people, consumers shop and decide if your product is right for them. So don't sleep on that information. Definitely collect as much as you can. You could also competitively look at what are different specs for some of your competitors and what people are asking. Again, in the Q&A, maybe there's information that's missing that they need to have. And I'll have an example of that later. So it's the end. You've got everything put together. You've got your checklist checked off. You have your assets, your content, your copy. Now, kind of go back to the beginning. What of that information can you get out, let out a little bit early, whether it's, to the end user online, or if it's just to your retailers and third-party partners, get them excited. Obviously, it's the right product. You want to do something like this for, something that's exciting and worth a pre-launch, but get it going, right? Like, this is going to launch in summer of, 2022 or whenever it is. And have your, you can just do a seasonal instead of this hard date if you're not sure, and then refine that as it gets closer. Say, oh, no, it's going to be, June 1st, or, get it going, get people excited. Whether it's pre-sheet or PowerPoint, sell sheet or PowerPoint slide that you can send via email to people who are interested, or something you can post online, different banner ads, if you're doing paid ads, and if you're making video, do some video teasers that are short and sweet and get people excited. So refine the process. Obviously, this is something that's going to change over time, and as different products or services, however you're utilizing this, you're going to make probably changes maybe you partner with a new retailer and now you've got some new things to add to your process and your checklist. So just continue to update that whenever you need to. Naming conventions, I think this gets lost, and it can be one of the biggest headaches when you're trying to find a file or the naming conventions don't make sense and you can't locate what you're looking for. If you've ever started a job and you're taking over a position of someone else and you're trying to look in a drive or a folder and find things, it's not super fun if that person didn't organize them well. So naming conventions and organizing file folders, have a process for that too. You will have to write it down in your checklist or somewhere in your process, because the next person after you or who's going to join your team, they'll need to follow that same process. Otherwise, it's all to waste, and they're going to build their own naming conventions, for example, and ways to organize. So is anything missing in your process or checklist? For example, spare parts. So if you have an electronic product and work with your sourcing people or your R&D, whoever it is, if there's a product that's likely maybe to go, but the product is so good, but a certain part could fail and is easy to replace, have that available up front. Have those produced, have those sent to your customer service department. And when that does happen, who knows, year 2, whatever down the road, a consumer says, oh, this part went, and you say, oh, no problem, we have it for you. They will love you for that. And that will help build brand trust and brand loyalty. So think about spare parts. If you have that type of product where you could have something replaced and the consumer doesn't have to go buy new. Anything, no longer relevant can be removed from your process. Check that every once in a while. You're probably going to have more additions than removals, but who knows what worked well, what didn't work well. Survey your internal teams for feedback, sales, sourcing, demand planning, customer service, whoever, customer marketing too, whoever you think would be good people to say, hey, here's what I loved about this product launch, and here's what we could have done better. And if you can't get sales, for example, fill out your survey, call them on the phone and hand type it for them, get it in the documentation, and take it, still more learnings that you could use going forward. Something you can't use, don't use it. But if you can get one little piece of advice that's helpful, it's going to be worth it. And you can also consider surveying, external partners, customers, retailers, if they're willing to give you feedback. So just remember the surveys. I worked in market research and consumer insights for a while, so that's why I bring this stuff up, and it's great to have. So I got a few slides in the appendix here. This is an example of my checklist. You'll see the dates, the titles, the descriptions that I had for myself that I needed to have. Basically everything you saw, in the slide, and different asset instructions of the different types of products, in package, out of package, the panels. So those graphics are done, and I can utilize those for the product detail pages right on the e-commerce sites. So just getting the file is all, because it's already been created. Do you want to have lifestyle imagery is great and a real need. I mean, don't skip all the photos if you're selling e-commerce, because this will make a break oftentimes someone buying your sales. I know it's a big investment, but it's most often worth it. Do you want a group shot? Is this one product in a line? And then the different other attachments and that you could put online and use in other places as well. So instructions, setup guides, compatibility charts, and then the different promos that were talked about earlier, and types of videos. And people love videos. Content is king and video is king. So think about how long they're going to be, what you need to have, and what's going to help your product sell the most. This is an example. It's a TV, and I just hopped on the very popular e-commerce site that we all know about, and I noticed, question, can this be used on any TV other than a 4K? 79 upvotes, 104 answers. Right after that, do you have to have a 4K TV? So clearly that information should be, take this as a learning and put that in your content higher up on the page. Make it super clear so people don't have to go through the effort of asking a question, waiting for a response, not knowing who's responding. Just have it in your product content, being the manufacturer. So you can access these anytime. You can just go online and find out, what are people saying in reviews? What are people saying in the Q&A? And utilize that for your launch. And whether it's products of yours, you should definitely be doing that, but also different competitors. What's going on there? Anything you can learn to improve. And these are, again, all things you can use going forward when you launch new products. And always remember survey opportunities, whatever those might be. And don't forget in-store. If they are sold in-store, you can get information there as well. I know I always did store walks periodically throughout the year, and obviously a lot of digital research, which is easier access, but both if you can, if it relates. So I just did a quick search of best A+ content just to see what came up, and picked out some of my favorites. So you want the right amount of information, technical information if you need it, like you see the measurements here, really bright, high-res photography, right amount of white space, and then using those different content spots that are predetermined for you. Usually you can kind of there's a few different layouts, but pick the ones that help sell this product. So I think these are some great examples, nice to look at. This is coffee. Hey, here's coffee again. So if I don't know what coffee I want to buy from this coffee manufacturer, this chart is really helpful. So I can click right from this chart onto the product page, and it tells me, the different type of roast it is, and the size, and what it's compatible with. So just some good examples of best practices, and these comparison charts help people shop. If they're confused or they don't know what they're doing, they might go buy someone else's product, and we don't want that. So here's some others. I just think they're clean, laid out well, nice photography, good explanations, and you can search any of these on your own. Again, this is my information, Pam Marie's digital marketing. I've been in marketing for quite some time. So if you want to connect, happy to do so. And I really thank you for staying with me on this. And I hope there's some helpful information here for you. Thank you so much.
This is Sachin, and today we are going to talk about digital transformation, and specifically, why is it important to start that digital transformation at the network. Before we get into the lot of details, let me introduce myself. I grew up in India, where I finished my education as undergrad in electronics engineering at IIT Banaras Hindu University. And then I moved here to US and I did my MBA from Chicago Booth. I live in California with my family. As for my experience, I worked at different multinationals, some of which you can see here. And I have about over 2 decades of experience in technology. So let's talk about the different transformations that we have seen over the decades or maybe even a century. So first thing that we have seen is the mechanical one, the mechanical transformation. You can see that in about 1800, the mechanical transformation started with the mechanization of the industries. Before that, it was all manual, individual bespoke goods being created, but the mechanization of industry started to build more quantity, more production. After almost about 100 years, the electrification happened and the electrical transformation came about, and that kind of spurred the mass production of goods and kind of where the actual industrial revolution kind of took place. Later that century, in later 1900s, we saw the advent of computers, the semiconductor chips. As we all know about the Moore's law, the technology has been doubling every 2 to 3 years, and that has brought us a lot of compute power and computerization of a lot of industries. And finally, we can think of computer era turning into digital and digitization in early 2000, where we saw data now getting converted into transformation, data getting converted into information, and machine learning and artificial intelligence age starting to begin and being used in different industries. So that's how I see different transformations across the industries. Now, if we look at digital transformation as a whole, you can find that there are different points of views for digital transformation, depending on who you ask. If you ask somebody in the human resources, it's all about digitizing employee records, how they're working, what kind of amenities the organization is providing, and such. If you ask somebody in the sales or customer segment, then they will talk about CRM, the customer resource management. And a lot of that is not just the tools, but using that information to provide strategical decision to the company. But it all depends on which context and silo that people are looking at it from, and based on their point of view is something which is very narrow to that particular segment or silo. At the same time, if you think about it at an enterprise level, all of these things need to come together for an enterprise to be digitally transformed. The way I see digital transformation of an enterprise, I kind of look at it as a pyramid. There is at the base, the infrastructure layer. This is your compute, your storage, all the machines, whether the employees that are using it or the other servers that different stores are using or warehouses are using, or all the different kind of machines that go into that. But the core of it is also the network that connects all these machines. And all of these things need to be digitized and transformed to put the right basis for your digital transformation for the enterprise. Once that is set, then the enterprises can start looking at how do they transform their processes. In here, what the enterprises need to look at is processes like enterprise resource planning or supply chain management or customer relationship management. Not just digitizing that, not just using software, but also having information transmitted between these software to make the information flow easily, as well as getting a holistic view of the enterprise across these different silos of information. That is where I see that the transformation of processes come into fruition. And then finally, with that context set, the business can start looking at different strategies, drawing different strategic insights from this, from all the information that is being gathered, the data that is being gathered and converted into the information, and applying that into automating different processes and different functions within our organization to align everybody towards a common goal. Now, we started talking about network, and before we jump into what is the transformation as it pertains to network, let's look at what is network. What is my definition of network? It's definitely not the social network. It's about the network that your company or your enterprise runs on. It consists of, it spans across different parts of an enterprise, be it data center, headquarters of the company, the branch offices, if it is a retailer, then stores and warehouses. And now, increasingly in the last 2 years specifically, we have also seen a lot of remote home offices because everybody has been working from their homes. All of these need to be digitized. All of these need to be transformed into this digital transformation paradigm. And what is that network consist of? It consists of routers, switches, wireless controllers, access points, and firewalls. I will not go into details of what these devices are, but I'm expecting that the person listening to this understands these basic building blocks of networking. But as you can see from this block diagram on the left, there are different kind of networks within the headquarters, within the distribution or data center. And not only they need to work in their own silos, but they also need to talk to each other either via internet or their own dedicated lines. So that entire thing is the network that I'm going to talk about. So what has been the state of art in networking for many, many decades? Well, the traditional networking basically started with network architects creating a network topology, looking at going back to the same diagram that we saw, that how many different areas in the network are going to be, what kind of connectivity needs to be provided. Based on that, they create the topology. Once they have the topology or architecture of the network, they can then decide what are the configuration for each and every box in that network. Once the configuration is written or understood, tested on different devices, then there will be scripts written to deploy this configuration on each individual device. And once that is done, then there come the test and debug phase where the network architects and network engineers will look at whether the network is working as it is supposed to work, or there are issues and that need to be rectified. And again, the cycle kind of goes on until there is a fully functioning network. But as you can see in this slide, there's a lot of manual stuff involved in that. There's a lot of manual intervention needed in this, and that slows down this process and also increases the fat fingering, the probability of fat fingering, wrong entering of any configuration, which can bring the entire network down. So there's a lot of issues in this traditional networking. And of course, it requires a ton of professionals who understand networking, who can build this kind of network. That kind of spurred the need for intent-based networking. And you can read the Gartner definition here from a blog they published in 2017, which was kind of when this whole idea was solidifying. But the whole idea of intent-based networking is to make this process that I described, the traditional networking, much more efficient and much more resistant to attacks and be more secure. So I define the IBN in these 4 particular ways. If you look at it, first and foremost, on the left side in the orange, we see the abstraction and automation. This is the building block of IBN. This is where you are not really working on box by box, but you are looking at network as a whole. And you're defining different algorithms based on machine learning or different learnings that has happened during the network in the past, and then creating a design which is correct to begin with. And once that is all there, then you go into looking at the security of the network. The main part here is that the philosophy that has changed over the years is that trust no one. And that has not been the philosophy, but now that is the ongoing philosophy, where any traffic coming in or going out of the network is not trusted by default unless until it proves that it can be trusted. What that requires is that you're able to identify and classify different devices, and also you're protecting the breach to happen inside in your network, or if it is coming from outside. So that the IBN system need to understand all these aspects of security and be able to provide a holistic security paradigm. With that, now I think with that much network already built out, now you need to have 360-degree visibility. You need, as a network administrator, to be able to see what's happening in your network, not by going box by box and trying to see if each box is healthy and has no issues. Rather, you should look at the network as a whole, know what's happening, where it is happening, when it is happening, and that should be at a fingertips of a network administrator. In fact, I would say that systems should go and forewarn before anything happens, based on the algorithms that it has learned, based on the default behavior of the network that the IBN system has learned. It should be able to forewarn if a particular device is about to fail, or if any particular intrusion is about to happen in the network. It should be able to forewarn the network administrator. And then it should not just forewarn, it should also root cause. Where is the problem? Pinpoint it so that the network administrator can go and take a corrective action without spending a long time to just debug through the entire network. As you saw in the previous slide, it's a very complicated network, and pinpointing to a particular problem area is very cumbersome as well as time consuming. So with that, I think the kind of the nirvana state or the holy grail of IBN is the self-healing networks. In all these boxes before that, they were all still required manual intervention, even though very less compared to the previous or traditional networking. But here in the IBN network, it should be a self-healing network if the network administrator allows the tool to perform the self-healing procedures. It should be able to understand, not only understand, but also be able to recognize what are the corrective actions that the network can take, and take those actions so that even before a problem occurs, the network should be able to fix this. Now, if you think about what do I get out of this, what's the benefit? So I would talk about it in three terms. I mean, for an enterprise, I think it is very important to look at how their employees are benefiting from it. And from the employee's perspective, it definitely spurs streamlined communication, both internal between employees, but also external communicating to the customer. Also, it provides the employees high-performing infrastructure, the machines, the servers, so that they can perform their jobs well. And it also, especially in this day and age when we are dealing with the pandemic, it provides the flexibility for the employees to either work from home or work from Starbucks, bring their own devices, but having the classification of devices implemented. IBN can not only allow, but provide the right access to the right resources within the organization. And finally, when the employees are able to do their job well, they are satisfied. And that's what any enterprise's goal should be with respect to their employees. The other pillar of the outcomes is customers. Of course, an organization, an enterprise is there to serve their customers. And what that digitization of the network or the IBN network provides to the enterprise is that they can then give their customers better service, timely service, and a lot more value compared to when there is no information available and the network is down and the enterprise is not able to serve their customers. Again, it all boils down to customer satisfaction. And we have seen multiple studies where the companies or enterprises which provide better services to their customers, they are highly satisfied. Another thing that we miss, especially in the B2B context, is the partners. An enterprise is dependent on their partners and to have a very good relationship in order to be able to sell through those partners. And what the network allows in this case is better collaboration, providing information which is relevant to the partner, fencing the information which is not for the partner, but allowing the partner to be able to look at the information in the enterprise so that they can make a correct decision, get the data that they need in order to make the business possible. Definitely that will help the enterprises and the partners extract much more value from their relationship. So to summarize, we talked about a lot of things, but I think what we need to remember first is that it's a journey. It's not one thing. As we saw in the pyramid slide, we have to first look at the infrastructure, digitize that, look at the processes, figure out how they can come together to provide functions to the business layer. And then we are able to make use of all this digitization. So definitely it's a journey. It's not one day you wake up and you have your digital transformation. But what is needed is that get the base of the pyramid right, get the networks, the infrastructure correctly built out so that it can serve the upper layer well. And as in any process, any change that you're trying to make, you need to look at what is the ROI, look at what transformation gives the most ROI for your organization, for your enterprise's goals, and make that transformation first. And always keep the goal in mind. I mean, if either it is satisfaction for the employees, for the customers, or the partners, and prioritize that, and based on that, keep the goal in mind while you're taking the transformation journey. So thank you so much for hearing today. If you have more questions, if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. And thanks for your time today.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander Savkovic and I am WordPress Community Manager at Cloudways. Today I will talk about WordPress 101 or how to start your e-commerce store and what to do and what not to do. So some useful advices, some history, and some things you might didn't know earlier, but it could be helpful for you. So let's start with the presentation. Okay, it's e-commerce 101. And what is on the menu today? Today, we will talk about what is e-commerce actually, how it affected shopping, the benefits of e-commerce, physical and digital products, pros and cons, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the worst examples from e-commerce I ever ran into, and those are the things you shouldn't be doing, like never, literally never. And you will see those examples, so you will understand why you should never do something like that. First, what is e-commerce? E-commerce is basically every financial transaction over internet. So it's not just shopping as many people traditionally think. Whenever a company or a person purchases something online, they're involved in e-commerce, and e-commerce is literally every financial transaction, from e-banking, auctions, charity portals, services for money transfers like Payoneer, PayPal, and many others like TransferWise. All of that is considered as e-commerce. So it's not only shopping, it's everything where the money is involved. A bit of a history of e-commerce. interesting fact is that the first online transaction ever or online purchase was actually completed in 1994 when the user bought the Sting CDs and paid with MasterCard. For us on this part of the world, Balkans, it's quite unimaginable that something like that happened 27 years ago. So if you're asking yourself today, should you have web shop or you should still keep your physical presence only, think again, because you're thinking wrong, definitely. Afterwards, after that transaction and after that successful start of e-commerce, Amazon and Alibaba brought big boom on e-commerce market. They actually moved retail from physical stores to web, which was unimaginable before. And those two are the biggest now in the world. And one of the founders, actually the both founders, are the richest people in the world at the moment. Which changes it brought? It brought a lot of changes. Some are good and some are bad. But it's like that with everything. There is nothing you can bring new and not to have people around who will try to abuse it, who will try to abuse the idea, who will try to abuse people who are accepting that idea. So you cannot protect yourself from everything. So which changes it brought? Closing physical stores and firing many people. This was partially true, but opening online stores hired some other people, and I will mention later which industries it opened. Actually, e-commerce needs all profiles. You need salesperson, but it's not the salesperson which will be in your physical store. You need a salesperson behind the computer, sitting and supporting and answering questions the same way as they would in person. But even what is more important is that those people, sales representatives in online shops, needs to know more about the products you're selling, because those kind of questions will be the most often questions if someone contacts support on your e-commerce shop. You can buy or sell products from or to someone on the other side of the planet, which was, again, unimaginable earlier. You can buy knowledge and you can sell knowledge. It is the first time that you don't need to be employed as professor in some official or unofficial school or university, but you can sell any kind of knowledge online. And what is also equally important is that you can buy and gain knowledge just by sitting behind your computer. We are spending hours and hours per day on Facebook and Instagram and other social networks. And imagine that you spend 50% of that time learning something new. It's also a huge relief for people with disabilities, because many people with disabilities didn't have that chance to study as others did. They never had the chance to buy products as others did. Like in some countries in the world, like European countries and US, mostly they don't have, especially people in wheelchairs, an example, or blind people, they have cities fixed in a way so they can live in those cities without much hassle. But still in Balkans, it's kind of a problem, because you can still see that the most of the buses, or some of the buses at least, are not the flat floor buses, so people in wheelchair cannot access it. And that kind of a lack of accessibility, which is awful, is advantage for e-commerce shopping and for e-commerce for those people with disabilities, because they can both buy online or gain some knowledge online. Also, one of the changes was amount of investments e-commerce brought to IT industry, and how IT industry developed faster because of those investments. And of course, the one thing I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter is huge expansion of sub-industries like carriers, packaging, creating new industries like digital marketing, SEO, things that became a need for all these e-commerce shops. Also, what went out great from e-commerce is those investments, because those investments also brought a huge number of innovations. In example, Amazon needed better infrastructure and better servers and better service for their customers. So what they did, they actually invented their storages for data. And now that is one of the most popular storages and most popular cloud solutions for website hosting and storing your information and data. What are the benefits? What everyone advertise, of course, shopping from your sofa. It doesn't require huge investment at the beginning. You can start small and then grow. If you decide to open a physical store, you will need a huge investment at the beginning, and you need to have some kind of a start which is not small start. You cannot start with one product and physical store unless it's something really specific. But for the most of the businesses, you cannot just start with one product. With online, you can start with one product and then grow your business from there. Easier to reach potential customers, social networks, retail portals, many places where you can find customer who is actually in need for your products. You can monetize your knowledge through online courses, which is quite easy because there are many platforms where you can sign up and start teaching people English, or you can prepare and record your courses and sell those courses. So there are like many ways to earn online just selling your knowledge. Also, money back guarantee, which is like industry standard online. It can be tricky for physical stores, but when it's online, you can just ask for the refund or chargeback to ask your money back, and that's it. Digital and physical products. What are the digital products? Amazon started selling books online, and other thing they developed in the meantime, they realized people are downloading PDFs, reading PDFs, but they can use those PDFs to send to others. So they invented Kindle, where you buy a book and you read a book through Kindle, and it's awesome. It's really great to read from Kindle because it's made for that. And that is one of the things you can sell online. Also, you can sell your photos, audio, video, design, software, and everything what your computer or someone else needs or you need. In example, diet plan, you want to lose weight, you sign up. It's not ideal because it's not created especially for you, because diet plans should be created especially for you, but it can be helpful. And it, of course, it doesn't cost as much as it would cost in person to get that diet plan. Bad side, of course, is preventing privacy and abusing your intellectual property. You sell the book in PDF to one person, they can forward it to hundreds. You create some background music for videos, for advertisement, for that kind of stuff, and someone just download it and use it without asking you. Finding it, yes, you will find some, but finding the most of them will be like impossible. Physical products, on the other side, you can buy or sell whatever you want online, from peanuts and I don't know, almonds, and something really small and something really cheap, to houses, yachts, villas, hotels, whatever you want. You can literally sell everything online. And interesting fact that the car industry, car resellers and used car especially, they switched 100% to online. If you look at the history of that, there was one mobile.de earlier in Europe, and then that kind of portals or websites grew all around Europe and all around the world. So you're just sitting home and picking what you want to buy. Bad side is a huge amount of scammers and frauds. Very often products you see and products advertised are not products that you will receive. We have those like hundreds of funny stories. I ordered this from AliExpress. This is how it looks on the photo, and this is how it looks on me. So that kind of stuff will always happen. And it's not just scammers and frauds. It's also a lack of description for products and everything. What is tomorrow? Yeah, this is kind of a tough one. It's detailed product information. Interesting, but it is. Imagine you want to buy a shirt like this one. You don't know the size. It's medium, it's large, it's extra large, it's extra large, or whatever. But I'm wearing everything from large to extra large. I'm 193 centimeters and 100 plus kilograms. And I would say it's extra large, but sometimes is double extra large, sometimes is just large. So what do I pick? I will not pick anything online. I will have to check the length of sleeves. I would have to check how wide it is from shoulder to shoulder. So I need measures. So give detailed product information like measures. People will buy if they see right measures, so they can compare on their t-shirt, on their shirt, on their pants, and they will know what is the size they need to order. So it's a really simple, small thing, but it can give you a lot of advantage comparing to others and comparing to your competition, which you can offer, and maybe they miss to do it. Maximum usage of social networks for marketing and communication with clients. Of course, the place where people are looking for something nice are social networks, not just doing it with your ads. Also by chasing people who might be interested in your products through Facebook groups. There are many communities on Facebook that you can target really easy. I mean, if you have like, I don't know, you're selling some equipment for babies, you will chase moms of Belgrade, moms in Serbia, moms in Novi Sad, moms in Sofia, whatever. So you have a specific place where you can sell your products. You need to enable easy and simple ordering from computer and mobile devices. So your website needs to be 1,000,000% mobile optimized and usable in mobile. If it's not, you will be losing around 70% of conversions. Also, the same applies for computer. Do not ask for details you don't need. If you need someone's name, last name, address, and phone number and email, that's it. Don't ask for more information just to fill up some spreadsheet marketing team asked from you. No, your marketing team is not doing good. So people are not willing to give you more information than it's really needed. And as I said, you can target special groups, but not just like moms of or dads or bodybuilders or whatever. You can go more specific, because those people are more passionate about buying just that type of products. It's marketing eco products, eco packaging, organic products, and no child labor in supply chain similar. Why this is important? If you have a new brand, let's say with t-shirts or something like that, you're printing some really interesting t-shirts, and your competitors are fast fashion companies. Fast fashion companies are using a lot of child labor in their supply chain, and your advantage over them can be proving that there is no child labor in a supply chain for the products you're selling. What shouldn't be done? Like never. Don't be a scammer like these shops. First of all, first trick, dirty trick they're using is lying that something is on sale. As you can see on the left, it's from the application or website. It's shipgratis.rs, is their website. And it says male's shoes sterling. Action will last for 6 hours and 22 minutes more, so you need to be fast. They're making that urgent moment here. It's on stock, the green one, and it says the price was 10,121 dinar, and now it's 3,612, so it's like 3 times less now. And the first price was like a bit less than 100 euros, and the second price is around 30 euros. So they have huge discount, like the hugest one in the world. And then if you're not lazy, you go to AliExpress and type in men's sport shoes. Easy as that. And I found those shoes. It's $25. So they lied. They lied that something is on sale. It's not on sale. It's a regular price. And on that price, they have 50% margin, which is huge margin for any kind of trade. The second one is even worse. It's 10 times higher prices. I was looking to buy a watch, of course, and then Instagram and all others started to pile me up with ads with watches. And on the left, you can see the watch is 1,450 dinars, which is $15.6. And it says if you buy 2, you will have free shipping. So it's not free shipping if you order only 1. And then I was not lazy. I tried to find that brand on AliExpress, and of course I found it, and I found the same watch as the one they're selling, and the price is $1.34 with free shipping from China, not from Novi Sad or somewhere like 100 kilometers away from my hometown. This is free shipping from like 15,000 kilometers away. So what they're charging here? They're scamming you. Just pay shipping. Yeah, this is really cool one. They will tell you that this watch costs like 60, 70, 100 pounds, whatever. But they're so cool, they will give it to you for free, but you need to pay shipping. Shipping is sometimes around 25 to 30 pounds is what they charge for shipping, and they pay shipping 50 cents probably. And these watches are also cost like $1.5, $2 or $3. So It's not just pay shipping. You actually paid everything multiplied by 10. And these guys are really serious scammers, like really, really serious. They won the game. They said that there is 70% off in their ad on Instagram. And then in the second one, they said it's up to 80% off. So is it 70% off or 80% off? Okay, let's believe it's 80% off. And the domain is elkflow.ml. It's Mali in Africa. And then when you click on some of these products, which is interesting, it takes you to another website, which is something online, something.online. And there is the watch. I was not lazy to check, and I checked, and there is that famous brand, Sunta. The price is 55,000 dinars. It's around 490 euros. So it's expensive watch. It's hybrid. It's partially regular normal watch, and partially it's connected on to your phone. So it does have some apps for it, etc., etc. But now there is a winning moment. The price is only 16 pounds and it was 551 pounds. So this price of 551 is actually something realistic. And they gave 97.1% of discount. So this is obvious scam. If you buy it, you will never get it. I mean, it's obvious. You're marketing and you market that watch at 70% discount. You say on your website it's 80%, but you're actually giving 97%. Well, every marketing team would market that something is 97% discounted. They will not use 70. So you know it's a scam, but they're not scamming me. They're not trying to scam me. They know I will figure out. They know that the most of you will figure out. But they're scamming our fathers, our mothers, our grandfathers and grandmothers. They're on social as well. And when they see something like this, they will order and they will lose 16 pounds. So it's not nice what they're doing, and don't do things like this, like free shipping, scamming people. Well, these serious scammers, you shouldn't be doing this because definitely you will end up in jail. But with previous 3 examples, they're 100% legit. No one can arrest you of doing something like in previous 3 examples, but it's scamming again. Don't be a scammer, be a nice person. Do not forget, people are buying from people they trust, and people tend to trust people similar to them. What does it actually mean? I will give you one example. Imagine I open a shop for fishing equipment. I don't know anything about fishing. I hate fishing. And I can do that, but I'm not passionate about it. I don't know what I'm selling. I don't know how to describe that. I don't know what are these products. What is the real value of those products? Why one product is better than the other one? So you need to know all of that. You need to be passionate about it. So if you're thinking to open the store, do something you love and you're passionate about. Of course, communicate with and treat your clients as you would like to be treated. Offer something new, if not new, at least a bit different. Think of the problem you're solving to a user and send them a handwritten thank you message. It's really easy when you're small, when you're not big enough to have like 10,000 sales per day. But while you have 10 or 15 or 20 per day, you can write a message by hand and send message to your buyers. It is a nice guest. Also this, choose a platform wisely. Where do you want to sell? You can sell on social networks, like to have only Facebook and Instagram shop. You can have your own website, and you can sell on Amazon or some of those retail websites, which will help you with sales. If you decide to have your own website, you need to pick which platform you want to use, WooCommerce, Magento, or Shopify. WooCommerce is the easiest one to set up and to start working, and it's the most flexible one when you start growing. Magento is really good one, but you need a bit more development skills for that one, and you need to hire some people to do it for you. And Shopify is mostly for drop shipping, so it's not that popular in the world of e-commerce for anything else except Shopify. Except drop shipping, sorry. Also this as well. Be yourself, be passionate about it, be the best shop ambassador, be loved, and be trustworthy. Okay, I'm Alexander Savkovic, aka WP Alex with KS on every social network. I'm WordPress community manager at Cloudways. So follow me for more recipes and enjoy the rest of the conference. I hope you enjoyed my presentation as well. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Mahmoud Saeed, and I'm here to talk with you about the brand life cycle. I like this name. Actually, brand has to be something alive, something natural, like anything in nature has a life cycle. And how to sustain this life cycle and keep it always on and alive. That's what we're going to do during this session. I've been 2 decades working with brands, new businesses, and existing strong corporate brands. And through this journey across the 2 kinds of brands, I've learned a lot of things. I'm going to share it with you today. We will start with the introduction. Our session has 3 major phases. The first phase has 2 sections. The second phase has 7. The last phase has 2. But actually, the core of this session in the second phase. So we're gonna give it longer time. Today's world is saturated with brands. Look around you. Look at the screen you're watching me through. Look at your mobile, your laptop. A lot of brands around us. We're saturated with brands. In the USA, the average advertising messages to the average American from 4,000 to 10,000. A lot of messages. This is the brand messages to the customers, to the target customers, to the audience. And when you look at this, and you look at these big brands, and you think about your brand, if you're starting your own startup, or your brand if you're working in a company, and you want this brand to be like this brand you're using, well, look at this. What do you feel when you use the brands you like? They give you confidence. They're helping you to achieve things. This is exactly the same way you need to communicate with your audience. This is the same way you need to give your audience. You're going to make your brand giving them the same sense. But how this can be done? It seems really hard. Yeah, but it's not impossible. It is indeed hard, but it's not impossible at all. Let's start with the basics, with the roots. Philip Kotler defined marketing as creating a value for the customer in order to capture value in return. Well, that means that you need to create value for the customer. What this value can be. In every industry, there is a standard. There are services, there is products, and those products, they give user experiences to the audiences and the customers. Some user experiences makes the customer enjoying using the product or the service. Some others not. And this is what makes a big brand and small brand, or let's say struggling brand. We don't want to go to the extreme and say small or failure, but it is struggling brands. And we're going to learn in this session how to get your brand out of the struggling area to the prosperous area. Well, let's talk about branding, common ideas about branding. In fact, the very basic idea of branding is the nation branding. As you see, this map of the world has a lot of brands. Every tribe, every community trying to find his own identity in clothing, in language, in arts, in music. They are all the brand of this nation. So brand is not just a logo. Yeah, indeed, it's not just visuals. It's not just how you look. It's not how you say it. It's the whole culture around your brand. And if we look into the history of branding, you will find that it's all about culture. It started with Egypt, like recorded some animals, stamps on the animals, some marks or stamps, logos on the animals to prevent the thieves taking those animals and claim that they are them. Well, so after that, the next record was in the USA when they start using the marks or the logos on the kettles for the same purposes, to identify the stock of every company, of group, of community from the another. Well, in the model branding model, let's get some inspiration from Jeff Bezos, who identified brand for a company is like reputation for a person. Indeed, yes, it is. Actually, brand is something alive. It's some kind of a friend. Or you can make it a friend. This is what we're gonna go through in the next slides, in the next stages of this session. You earn a reputation by trying to do hard things well. Yes, exactly. The people will never love your brand until you do something big for them. A lot of people online, a lot of definitions for brands online, or brand or branding. There is actually all of them are right. But I've gone through very highlighted ideas, very, very sparkling ideas online, such as the one for David Ogilvy, the father of advertising for sure. And some other ideas for Marty Neumer, who decided to start what is brand is not is. A brand is not a logo. A brand is not an identity. A brand is not a product. Exactly, it is not one item of them. Actually, it is all of them. And those ideas, you go online and you keep navigating ideas to understand what's brand. And I believe that you're going to reach the same results, which is brand is a name connected with a set of ideas and which has advocates among the fans. If your ideas doesn't have people around it, it is not a brand yet. You need to find fans and advocates among those brands to protect your brand, to talk about your brand, to market your brand, to talk about the experience and the confidence this brand giving them. Altogether, creating a certain culture for the brand. It's like the Mac users, the Mac as a brand, and the Mac users. They are a community. They believe that Mac helping them to do what they do, and they believe that they are more achievable than others. And in fact, I've gone through some insights that make users are really more creators or faster achievers than others. But whatever, still the other brands, they have fans and they have advocates too. So it's not about your brand to be the best, to be the most creative, to be the biggest, to be the longest. No, it's about your brand and the community and the culture between the brand and the community. This is what you need to create with your brand. But why you do branding? This is a very important question, and I think most of you professionals, they're starting new businesses or working on big businesses already. And why you go for branding? Why don't you save this cash? Because actually branding is the thing gonna make you stand out among the 10,000 or 4,000 or the amount of messaging brands. Like we know that in the big urban cities, there is a lot of branded messages than the other cities, but overall, you are surrounded with branding messages. Even if you scroll your phone, you're gonna scroll a lot of brands. So you're gonna go for branding to stand out, to create more community, like to gather more people around your brand. When you gather more people for your brand, that definitely means more sales for product or services. It means more prosperity for your brand, and maybe it can be the trend of the world one day. Why not? You have to think big, and you have to keep on mind always that your brand may go viral. And this is the reason you need to plant your brand well. The brand life cycle, how it starts, and how it can be sustained, and how you can repeat the pattern of success again. Well, like everything, the start is the hardest part. And the start in the brand life cycle is to think about your brand. Don't think about all the brands. Think only about your brand. How is it? Think about it like a human being, like something existing. How do you want it to be looks like? How do you want it to speak like? How do you want it to communicate like? Do you want it luxurious, exclusive, or you want it friendly and familiar? And after that, when you finish thinking, you're going to go into design, to design how this brand looks like and how it works. And this is the most important thing, because it's not only, design is not only how it looks like, it is also how it communicates with people. And always remember that it is about the people. So you're going to make the brand for the people, and you're going to communicate the brand with the people, and you're going to create it to be beloved by the people. And the people here, in a professional sense, professional marketing sense, we mean the target customer. Well, how to think about your brand? In this stage, I prefer that you think on your own. You have an idea, or you have a set of ideas around your brand. You want the brand to communicate with your people, and focus on this factor. How do you want your brand, or how do you want the people to see your brand? It is actually the way your brand gonna communicate with your people. Focus on the perception of the people always. Think about how the people thinks about your brand. Every idea gonna draw or gonna define a part of your brand. Well, sometimes thinking takes a long time. It doesn't matter. Don't think about your brand when you are stressed by other ideas. You need to think about it when you are not stressed by time. We're gonna mind the time later, but at this stage, you need to find the why of your brand, because this why gonna be the main factor. The people gonna love your brand and use it, and this is what we're gonna learn from Simon Sinek theory of start with why, and actually it works. So you're gonna research and keep thinking. The research here, it means that you're gonna navigate. You're gonna Google everything. You're gonna Google the name you think for your brand. Google every idea in your mind. You're gonna find people had done it in some other area. It doesn't matter. Don't get frustrated. Don't end the idea. Start to refine the idea more and more. Refine the brand more and more to be more easy for the people. And this is what we're gonna learn later, that this is the market disruption, when you give the people better user experience, better brand. So you're gonna keep thinking and researching about your brand and the ideas of your brand, the naming and the looks and the colors and everything. You're gonna question everything in this stage, because after that you don't have the luxury to research much more. You have to fulfill some tasks on a certain time. So you're gonna research and keep thinking until you believe in your brand. When you believe this idea, be sure that other people are gonna believe it. You're gonna find your brand gonna find its customers, its fans, its advocates. Start with why. Simon Sinek, actually, thank you. He gave us a very interesting theory here. The theory in brief that the people, they don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And he connected the theory, or he proved his theory through a biological theory, that the limbic brain responsible of the part that's responsible of all our feelings, trust, loyalty, human behavior, decision making, and it has no capacity for language. What does it mean? That like when you love something, you cannot express why you love it, but you love it. It just makes, it's like chemistry. Yeah, indeed, it is. Like when you think about why you love Apple, like I'm using Apple devices, but I cannot actually define why I love those devices more than I feel like they're giving me confidence. But actually, they're giving me much more than confidence. They're giving me an enjoyable user experience, maybe. And back to Simon Sinek's theory, the narcolepsy brain responsible for our rational, analytical thoughts and our languages. And this is how you think what. And Simon Sinek here is saying that actually all the brains, all the companies on earth, they know what they are doing, but they lack to know why they are doing it. So in the thinking stage of building your brand, you're gonna actually find the why. You're gonna start this business, you're gonna start this brand, and you're gonna believe this why, and you're gonna connect this why and this belief into your brand. And the first people you're gonna start those ideas with is your team, because when you hire your team, you're gonna give them the why, and this is what they're gonna help them to wake up every day and do and work for your brand, and making this brand more communicative with your audience, with your customers, with your people, with the community. In the thinking phase, in the thinking stage, I'd like to make sure that you start measuring everything. Measure the time you're thinking, measure the time you're researching, puts questions on the papers and go online, try to find answers and measure the time. Because when you start measuring from now, actually we're gonna keep measuring all the journey, all the life of the brand, because measuring, giving the fourth dimension of things, giving to the things, giving the time, how the things getting changed by time. So after a while, when you look back to your journey, you're gonna find numbers for every action. You're gonna find time it consumed and resources and outcome and ROI. So make sure you measure the ROI of every action from the thinking stage, and run a regularly analytical system for every department performance. And then you're gonna move to the design. You're gonna design your brand, and I get actually inspired every time I read this quote for Steve Jobs. Design is not just what it looks like and feels like. Design is how it works. And this is the brand Steve Jobs started. When you apply this quote on Apple devices, you're gonna find that this is something that Steve believed in, and he dedicated a big part of his life for. When you start designing your brand, don't focus on the visuals only. It is not, as we agreed before, that it is not how it looks only. It is how the people see it. It is how the people receive it. Focus on the customer's perception for everything, for every color. And at this stage, you need to learn a little bit, and I'm sharing some links here that they're going to give you the right culture for this stage, that the psychology of brand colors. And I even shared a link for some kind of online application have been done by the I think Shutterstock. They're sharing a very interesting application. It's going to help you to choose the right color for your brand. And also remember that it is not enough to make everything by yourself, or to make it through investigation or researching. You need a professional. You need a professional. You need a consultant with you, and you need a professional advice, or at least opinion. And it's better if you can afford it, hire professionals to do the things for you. But just get the knowledge. Get the knowledge to communicate the beliefs you have for your brand, or the ideas with the consultant, to know how to make a brief for the professional to form your brand the way you see it, the way you plan it. Now you're going to create. Now you're going to create your brand. You're going to create this fellow. Think about it like it is a human. It is a live human. How he speaks, how he wears, how he talks, how he does things, because this is the way the people are going to receive it. And through your journey of branding, your communication with people, a lot of people, some of them they're gonna like your brand, some of them they will not like your brand. And actually, you're looking for the people going to like your brand, the people who believe, the people who believe the same ideas as yours. When you're hiring, you're choosing the people who believe the same beliefs of the brand, so they can speak out this brand. They can represent the brand. They are actually the first ambassadors for your brand. So you work with the people who believe in the brand, who have the same ideas, who believe the same beliefs, and also you make business and you communicate with the customers and your fans, your customers, actually the people who are thinking the same way. We're doing business with the people thinking the same way, and this is the only way you guarantee that the business sustains and lives and continue and make a success. When you create your brand, you're gonna create the tone of voice of the brand, how the brand replies, and every element you're gonna document it. You're gonna try to document it, and you're gonna make it in the very easy way that everyone of your team understand it well and can do it well. And this is the way everyone in your customers, in your audience, in the community gonna understand it, because as easy as they get it, your team, as easy as they're gonna deliver it to the people, and as easy also as the people gonna perceive it. You're gonna start to design some documents, marketing collaterals, and you're gonna connect all that documents to the ideas of the brand. For example, if your brand decides to be humble, so you're gonna use a less bold colors. If your brand decided to be humble, you're gonna tell your customer service to communicate with the people with a very humble way, to be friendly, to be talkative, to be helpful, to be informative, to approach the people. Don't wait the people to approach them. This is a little bit a lot different than the other brands that choose to be exclusive. Mostly it is the luxurious brands. Excuse me, I've got a cold. Anyway, communicate. Now you build the muscles. You created the muscles for your brand. You created a lot of documents, videos, media. You made your A/B testing. You made your surveys. You know the at least the average expectations for the when you're approaching the bigger market. You know that what you have is pretty good to target this market and to capture the market adoption. And here about the market adoption, we're going to talk a lot. We're going to talk about the diffusion of innovation curve. This curve was created by Everett Roger, and I'm here in this session, I'm using the explanation of Peter Fisk. And in this curve, as you see, this is the way the community gonna adopt your brand. You're gonna accept it. You're gonna take it. And it always starts with the very little people, the innovators, 2.5%. So I assume in the earlier previous stages, you get to know your market, you get to know the capacity of your market, and you get to know your target market. But actually here in this curve, it's going to help you to define which kind of people you want to acquire for your brand. The first 2.5 people, the innovators. The second segment is 13.5, the early adopters. And they are the people who looks at the creative people, or they see a very little people using this technique, and they are curious to know. They are social leaders, personal, emotional, sex and age, influential, they can influence people. So they striving for the new technologies. So when they see these technologies, they are bold enough to try it, and they're going to try it. And when you acquire this segment, actually it makes your brand adoption much easier, because the next segment, it comes easier than the first two segments. I believe always that the start is the hardest part. So the start here is the 2.5. If you get those people, the risk takers and the GX to adopt your brand, you move to the next segment with 13.5. And this is very hard. This segment, the 13.5, it takes time. It takes long time. You're gonna feel it, and you're gonna struggle through this time a lot. But after that, the struggling is not as big as this segment. Like in the 34 early majority, the social, the early majority, the mainstreams, the cautions, the rational, and they act together. They like to make groups. They like to be proud of the groups of them who using certain products or certain services, and they protect their brands. And actually, when you acquire this segment, just figure out that you have 50% of the market, and mostly you are on top of your market. After that, there is the late majority, and the people, very traditional people. They are very oriented around the price and the effectiveness of the price, cheap things, and they are follow the early majority. Like they see what the early majority doing. It's maybe one of their community, maybe the bigger brother, the creative brother or friend, the discovery one, and they follow these people. They follow these people and they're using it, and they are if you acquire this segment, actually, like you don't need to. You are already a brand right now. Like since you get the 50% of the market, it's pretty good. Big brands, they cannot make it. Well, and you need to know at this stage your target is the 16%. Once you acquire the first 16%, as I told you, it's really much easier to acquire the 34 after that. And once you acquire the 16%, your brand is really respected enough for the creative people and for the leaders. And this is a good fame for your brand to spread more. It's ready to go global if you are running your brand locally. Sustain and gain. Well, if you go through the previous stages, your brand now is ready to sustain or to create and acquire, embrace new segments. And this will never happen until you sustain all your actions, or at most of your actions. And sustaining here, it doesn't mean like you're doing your daily routine and you never change it. It's just the brand has to maintain a certain time to communicate with the people, and your customers, they get this time. It's like a program. It's a daily program or daily communication. And if you get late, if you don't communicate with your audience by the time, the audience feels like something is wrong. Something wrong is going on. It's gonna make them a little bit less trusting your brand. Here, you with your team. Also, on the other hand, with your team, you're trying to make them doing it better and better. And if you do something every day, and every day you try to develop it, like, and development has two factors: the time versus quality. Like, if it takes a short time, the quality going to be less than the other action with longer time. And I'd like to remind you here that it's not all the time about the resources, about the cash, about the money. It is mostly about the time. I remember this quote for Steve Jobs that says, "The only resources we've got in life is time," which is true. Like if you can get advocates for your brand that love the brand, believe the ideas, and they're willing to work for free, now you don't need you don't need cash, but you need time to create the brand as fast as possible and embrace more people. Anyway, back to the sustain and gain. Here, you're sustaining your actions. You're communicating your audience in a frequent way, not in a systematic way, in a stable, frequent way. You can be creative as much as you can. You can send the messages and identify every persona. The creative people, you can send them some messages for the creative people. You can send some other messages for the hard workers and the people who like to do a lot. You're gonna notice after a while that your brand on every channel, let's say on the phone, Like the calls are getting more and more every week. As long as you're communicating with the people, involving them by call to actions or involving them by questions. On the social media, you will notice that your brand is acquiring a certain amount of people, even if you don't post, if you don't communicate. Your brand is now on a sustainable growth, but this sustainable growth will not be fixed. It's gonna be increased. It's gonna be more and more, as long as you keep your frequent messages. Your frequent, it's like irrigation. So you keep you irrigate your plant frequently, and it grows frequently too. You're trying to make your success stable, and you add more. You cannot add more unless you fix what you have already on your plate. So you can add more and more and more. And this is what we mean by sustain and gain. Gain more for your brand. And here is 4 principles for your sustainable, to make your brand a sustainable brand. And I believe I made this handout pretty explained. So when you read it, you get the ideas. And I'm sharing with you the on-ground techniques and strategies with your team and with the community to communicate those ideas on those papers with your community and make the most of your brand. So the sustainability and longevity of the brand, the sustainability here requires you to maintain a competitive advantage. For those who doesn't get the advantage or feels like it is a big was competitive advantage, actually every database on every website is a competitive advantage. It is unmatched database with any other brand. So you always work on, if you have your project as a website, you always work on your database, you refine it, and you keep developing, and by the time you're going to add more functions and more functions, more filters and more filters, until you have an AI module, artificial intelligence module. For example, if your brand is a product, you may go for the best quality, for the best packing. You may go for the best distribution. You have to find your competitive advantage that it is unique for your brand. And this is part of any sustainable brand. And it is defined the competitive differentiation, because this is a strength you add to your brand. This competitive advantage is going to be your point of differentiation. And this is how you get ahead on your competitors. Brand consistency. The consistency is very important. Like the community actually needs to listen to words and to see your actions. And those words and actions, they have to be consistent. Like, make sure that you say what you do. And remember that brand is all about promising. You need to promise the people, and you need to meet those promises. From this experience, and this is what we call experience, from this experience between the community and the brand, the community gets its trust and making the word of mouth about your brand. And when people trust in your brand, believe me that you're going to find more of these people who believe in this brand. So you keep giving promises and you keep meeting those promises, and this is the only way you grow in your brand, or you put your brand into sustainability. Also, you need to protect your brand legally, because if you do something good, people are gonna try to do like you, and they're gonna try to get on top of you. And here you need to put some legal papers to prevent anybody to take your competitive advantage, for example. The strength point of your brand. Well, let's get some inspiration from Elon Musk. And I think Elon Musk is the master of disruption. He He made a lot of disruptive action, and he made actually disruptive companies and ideas. And here he's sharing with us the secret behind his the disruptive brands, disruptive technology, where you really have a big technology discontinuity tends to come from new companies. Well, yes, indeed, technology is a disruptive action. If you're going to make it easy for the people, you're gonna think about technology. You're gonna think about more technology. If you're using technology already, you're gonna think about more technology. You're gonna think about the part of the businesses that doesn't have technology, and you're gonna try to involve it into technology. And actually, technology is a very disruptive action. Most of our startups nowadays, they are a technology driven. They handle the day-to-day actions of our daily life for certain communities or for all the people on earth. And they're trying to involve technology to make it easier, to make it faster, to make it more comfy. And here is the part to think about your brand when being disruptive. But the disrupt stage here doesn't mean only to the market. It means to yourself. It means actually to everything. And it doesn't mean that you risk everything. No. You need to think about what to disrupt and what not to disrupt. What is sustainable, and it doesn't mean disruption now. You need to think about the timing of doing the actions, even the disruption. And in fact, if you can sustain the disruption, like you make a workshop with your team, try to make a workshop with your team every. Don't make it roundly, don't make it regular, don't make it routinely, but every while, try to make this disruptive workshop. Try to change the position of the people. Who writes, let them make a design. Who making design, let them write, and see what will be, what will go. Actually, you're going to get a lot of ideas. It's one of the very good practices for the companies to make this disruption workshops, and also to plant in the minds of your team that we're not here to live for routine. We're not here to do the same thing every day and that's it. We're here to find the best for people, and the purpose here is to find more ideas, more creative ideas that disrupt the market and the community, and to make the people love it more, and to gain more popularity and more fans, more believers for your ideas, for your brand. Another 4 principles for disruptive innovation. This is a very important topic. If you Google it, actually, if you search for it, you're going to find a lot of topics. And I gather for you here, I believe, the most concentrated ideas about the disruptive innovation. Target a need that can be met more effectively. That's what we were talking about, that there is a part of the business. If your business going through a pipeline, sure, there's a part that you and your competitors struggling the most with it. Try to make it faster. Try to disrupt the time of doing things and the quality of it. Actually, if the same quality you can do it in a shorter time, this is very, very a great achievement. Identify your disruptive strengths. Yes. This is very important to understand that you don't disrupt everything, and you don't disrupt certain things. Actually, when you disrupt, just know that you may fail and you may get it. If you get it, it's gonna be great success. But if you fail, and a competitor comes after you to do it, it's gonna be an epic fail. This is like putting your brand in a direct comparison with the competitor, and the competitor wins. So sometimes you need to identify what you are ahead of your market in, and you go through it because you know that nobody in the market is going to try this way. So you go through it and disrupt it. Try to make it more, because when you fail to do it, you have the time to do it again and to get your success. And this is the way the brand gets ahead of the competitors. The competitors always they look for the people who can do it, who does new things. Disruption here is to encourage you to doing new things. And think about when you think about the disruption, I don't want you to misunderstand it. Think about traveling. When you travel, you meet new people. You see new things. You embrace new culture, and you get new ideas. It is like a disruption for your life, for your ideas, for your mind. And here you're taking your community into a journey. What if we do it this way? Let your strategy emerge. Yes, the disruptive innovation also rests on what has been described as emergent strategy. Yes, sometimes when you immerse your strategy into your action more, and you disrupt your day by day steps, and you combine some strategies together to do it in one action, some segments in your pipeline, you get more. And then step back in order to grow. Less is more. Less is more. Sometimes you need to disrupt yourself by talking less. Send fewer messages, but make it more concentrated. Make the silence before the storm. Meanwhile, you're working with the storm. You're building the muscles for the next big thing. The final stage, review. By this time, you're supposed to be spent pretty good years. Like what we were talking about, some stages going to take months, some others going to take weeks, some others going to take years. And after the long years, and I recommend to keep your brand, to keep this cycle from 3 to 5 years at least. If your brand is new, if your brand is running, sometimes, not sometimes, actually, the big corporates, they're suffering a lot with rebranding than the other brands, because they have a lot of burden, they have a lot of costs, they have hundreds of or thousands of points of sales. You're going to change the signage systems, the colors, the collaterals, the uniform. So rebranding for them is like a really big thing. Most of the big brands, they go for rebranding every 10 years, as I monitored in the last 50 years. On the other hand, and lately, most of the new brands and the new millennium, 20 years ago, the digital brands, they're much easier than the Coca-Cola or Pepsi or Vodafone to do branding, or to do rebranding, actually. It is easier for the online or technology brands to rebrand, but still, when you get your customer to like something, rebranding here is like a disruptive. It is the big disruptive action. So you need to sustain your brand for a while, because sustainability, this is the big part. If it takes its time, the right time, it's gonna get you from the first segment 16% in the diffusion of innovation curve to the 34. And sometimes rebranding is really a bad idea at the time, because your brand now on a stable ramp up. Don't disrupt it. keep it growing, keeping acquiring the people, and keep thinking about those people. It is very disruptive to make your people, like your current customers, happy, more happy. This is the most disruptive action you may take. At the stage of review, you finish the marathon. So you're going to sit back and look at the road, the whole journey. You're going to measure everything. You're going to look at what you measure through this journey. You're going to look at all the numbers, and you're going to think, is it the right time to rebrand or no? If not, give it more sustainability. Give it more time to get more sustainable. This is the right decision. If it is yes, and also measure with your community if they are ready for this change, if they are thinking, if your community, your customer think about your brand bigger than your brand is in any aspect or sense, you need to rebrand to meet the perception of your customers. And now the life cycle gonna repeat itself. You're gonna restart thinking. You're gonna rethink about your brand again after all the numbers you have from the review stage. You're gonna think about your brand again. Will you go to rebrand? Will this wheel send you more benefits, or you keep sustaining more and more? And you're gonna start the life cycle again. Thank you for listening to me today. I hope you got to learn something, and I was very happy with sharing with you those ideas. Actually, I've been learning with you in this session, and I hope that the maximum success and prosperity for your brand. Here's all the references. Please don't hesitate to visit any of those websites. They're gonna really give you a lot of culture, and they're gonna guide you through your branding process, or your rebranding process, or making your new business. They're gonna make you really a guru in branding. And please don't hesitate also to get in touch with me using any of this communication tools information. Thank you so much, and sorry for being sick with you today. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.